Alright, what up everybody? I am here, just give me a couple minutes. Welcome there, Joe. You joined pretty fast. I am here, and just give me a couple minutes. Gotta get a couple things set up. I do have a coffee, and I'm ready to go show off my new graphics card. Wonder if anyone can guess what graphics card I got just from the thumbnail. That's literally perfect timing, man. Perfect timing. Close, actually. That's pretty close. It's not a Maxwell, no. Not a Maxwell Architect, sadly. I got this GPU though for only $20, so I'm very, very happy. I only had to walk about 12 kilometers for it. I got some blisters on my feet for this graphics card. Oh, you're even closer with that one. Don't say it yet though, Joe. Don't say it yet, because you'll probably get it with the next one here. It is an EVGA card. Just give me 1 minute, you guys. I will be putting the camera on here in a second. Just getting a couple things ready, making sure I can have a nice long stream. I hope everyone's having a good night. And Ricky, if you're watching, I also agree with that one. Well, we got a bunch of people already. That's awesome. So yesterday's stream was pretty good. I had some issues with the RAM overclocking on my X5650. And if anyone was watching, last night's stream is on today. I will apologize. CPUs, the actual dies were not made of ceramic. I'm going over a bunch of stuff for older CPUs, like we're going back to like the first CPU made back in the 50s. It wasn't technically a CPU, it was an MPU. And then we're going to be going to actual CPUs that was designed in and made in 1970s. But yeah, ceramic was not made for the actual dies. It was just a coating for it. And then there's an actual reason why they made the coating for those CPUs. So I will be making an actual video, not a live stream about it. And also the other types of metals and other processes that they're going to be doing for maybe future CPUs. Instead of using silicon sand. They have like 6 different ways they've been testing for years now and hoping maybe they can come up with something here soon that's not going to cost too much for us consumers. So I'm probably going to put this, I want to run this GPU, so I'm probably going to put it in the actual X5650 system I had yesterday. I'm just going to put a small overclock of about 4.6 gigahertz onto it. I can get over 5 gigahertz on the CPU. I'm going to do a small overclock of 4.6 gigahertz on the Xeon X5650. And then I'm going to test it out on this system before I throw it in my main system. Hey, how's it going, Hart? Glad you can make the stream, man. It was a good stream last night, that's for sure. In my one video about me going over Jay's 2 cents, the live stream, I mean, not video. The live stream I did about me going over the Jay's 2 cents video about how I was right. It was about 3 months ago when it came out with the video about Intel's degrading CPUs and how motherboard manufacturers are part to blame. They did something or were doing something, and it came out to be true. That video, by the way, it's almost at 200 hours of watch time. It has like 400 plus views on it now. It won't show 400 plus views for you. I get like real-time views and real-time hours. Everyone else won't probably be able to see that, but it has over 400 views and about 200 hours of watch time now, which is absolutely insane. And last night's stream, absolutely insane again. Thank you everyone for watching and supporting this channel. If you just want to smash that like button too, or if you're not a subscriber, make sure you smash that subscribe button as well. I'll be right there. If anybody wants to start taking some guesses, Joe probably has the right answer already. He's already made a couple guesses, and I told him to stop. But if anyone wants to take a guess on the EVGA GTX GPU that I got today, just send it out in the comment section. I should say the live chat. All right, we're here. We're here. Got my coffee. Got my coffee. I'm ready to go. Now just boom. How's it going, everyone? Got my coffee, like I said. And the GPU. Boom. Yeah, I have to give it a second here. It will. It will eventually focus, I swear. Maybe not. Maybe not. Give me 1 second. I can focus it better. There we go. It is a super clocked EVGA card. It's an older card. And it is before the Maxwell Architect. I'm so happy. It was a very, very good buy for this graphics card. I only had to walk 12 kilometers and now I got blisters on my feet, but I'm very happy I got this. Yeah, it's an yep, that's the cooler. That's the cooler. Ooh, that's the cooler model there. That is, yeah, XCX. Yep, that is the cooler model. It's just a certain type of cooler that they have on these dual fans with these kind of older CPUs. It's just, and it's actually in the newer like 1080 Ti's as well, or 1080s. It's also in those as well. I don't know how well you guys can see that. It's not focusing very well today. It's taking a lot longer than normal, but we'll get there. We can give you the back side here. So no memory chips are actually on the back side. They're all cooled by the actual cooler on the actual front side. And I've been going over this card already as soon as I got it, basically. I've been going over trying to find the power limit controller that's on the board. It's a very small controller. Once you find that controller with usually these EVGA cards, you can find the shunts, or not shunts, sorry. You can find the SMDs that are around it, which are like pass-through resistors, kind of, and you can shunt mod them with an ohms shunt resistor, which will take it so the actual voltage, controller memory, or not memory, but not the core voltage or anything, but the power limit. The actual voltage and will read lower, which will read lower wattage, basically. So it takes away the whole power limit of the actual card. I've done it on other cards as well, and I have been figuring out, trying to figure out where it is. This card's a little bit different than the For the Win 3 models, but it should be easily able to find the actual controller for the power limit. Then I'm going to be looking for the voltage controller for the core and the voltage controller for the memory. Now, unless I'm wrong and this one actually doesn't have a power limit. If that is the case, all I have to look for is the actual voltage controller for the core and the voltage controller for the memory. But yeah, that's that for now. My phone's not keeping up with chat again. Come on, keep up with the chat. Keep up with the chat. There we go. So this card is an EVGA GTX 770. What I'll do here is actually zoom in for everybody. So shiny. There is a scratch, as you can see. That right there is a scratch. And then it goes across this fan blade and a little bit on this fan blade as well. But that's okay. That is okay. For the price, I really couldn't beat it. We do have, wrong way. We do have, as long as I can block out my face, that way it doesn't focus on it. We do have two DVIs. We have a HDMI. And we have this thing for just, higher refresh rate monitors. But this card isn't really a beast. It's only a 2 gigabyte card. It's only a 2 gigabyte. Hopefully it focus. Come on, camera. Let's go. Focus. 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 Okay, we're back to it. So the actual SC, so SC is super clocked. Then they also got SSC, which is super clocked. It actually has the sticker on it still, so I'm kind of happy about that. This card, like I said, it's only a 2 gigabyte card. The base core frequency of it is 1045. The boost clock is 1085. The memory effective speed is 7010 roughly megahertz. And it's GDDR5 memory. So that's kind of nice. And the architect for this GPU model is Kepler. This is the Kepler model. So it's before the Maxwell's 900 series. So the GTX 900 series. The 900 series, like the 960s, 970s, 980s, and 980 Ti's, are Maxwell. These are Kepler. This graphics card came out in, what was it, 2012, I believe? If I remember correctly, it came out around 2012. The decals are actually like a gold finish. It's not actually gold, but it's a gold finish. So I don't know how well that's showing up on the stream. Hopefully it shows up fairly well. But it's a gold finish that's actually on it. And I did check it over. The seller, if you've ever watched actually hardcore overclocking, and if any of you want to leave the stream and then go search up actually hardcore overclocking, what he looks like. Literally, you can just search up like actually hardcore overclocking, like what he looks like on either Google or even YouTube probably, and it'll actually show his face. He has really long hair, so I have some pretty long hair, to be honest. I haven't cut my hair in a while. But he has really long hair. So the seller actually looked like his twin. No joke. Like maybe his like younger brother basically. Same exact long hair, same kind of facial. He was really tall, skinny, like that. I was like, I wanted to say, well, hello there. Are you actually hardcore overclocking? But I don't think so, since he is from like EU, I believe. So I'm gonna throw this in the actual system. Just gotta move away a fan. I just want to make sure it powers on and all that, basically. Because I actually haven't put it in a system yet. I've been basically like Googling this thing, just looking it over. It wasn't very clean when I got it, so I had to clean it up a bit. And then probably maybe after the stream or whenever the new thermal paste that I ordered. Again, thank you, Professor. He probably won't be joining this stream, but again, thank you, Professor, for the donation that helped me out with the thermal paste. That'll be getting to use with the competition. Should have a screw around here. Just where did I put it? I don't know where I put the screw. Hey there. That'll do, donkey, that'll do. I'm here, I'm just screwing the GPU in. All right. Hey, what up, Frosty? Nah, man, don't worry about being late, man. We all got our life to do, right? Um, if you yeah, you probably missed a bit of the beginning of the channel, but I got a new GPU. It's a new EVGA GPU. I did have to walk about 12 kilometers to get it. I have blisters on my feet, but it was a really good buy. And since I was around the area, I didn't realize how far it was from my actual appointment today. But yeah, I walked for about 3 hours, and I was like, am I almost there? But I made it. I made it. But yeah, I got a EVGA GTX 770. It's the super clocked version too. It's not well, not super clock version 2. It's the super clock. That's what graphics card it is. Yeah, yeah, it gets me every time, right? Yeah. Yeah, I had that. I literally had that kind of money on me. What, like I said, it was a really good buy. The only issue that I saw on the board when I was checking it over, I probably should use the multimeter on it. There's a MOSFET that was like kind of bent up. It's a very easy solder job on it, but it shouldn't affect anything. I pushed it back down, which is actually making contact and all that right now. But that MOSFET shouldn't actually make any difference of anything and actually shouldn't cause any issues as there's multiple in series. And that will just make sure that if one MOSFET that's on that same series there, if one of them goes, there's multiple to actually handle the rest of it. So it shouldn't be any issue. But if it's like, let's say it crashes or something like that, just loading up, I'll just turn off the system. I'll probably go grab a soldering iron real quick, and I'll show you how to do a little bit of soldering, especially on these really small like SMDs, like the surface mount devices, basically. My dad said no. Yeah, well, that happens sometimes with parents. They say no. But are you still looking at that laptop? Because that laptop wasn't half bad, man. And for the price. I need to plug in the GPU. Nope. Flip those wires. There we go. This GPU has a maximum TDP. Well, not really a maximum. Some cards have more TDP, which is the actual like how much wattage you actually put through it, is 230 watts. These older cards are not very efficient. This, like I said, this is only a 2 GB card, and it only has a base clock speed of 1045 and has a boost clock speed of 1085, and that depends on the models too. So this EVGA super clocked will probably have a higher clock rate than that. But it has an 8-pin PCIe and a 6-pin. 6-pin. 6-pin, 8-pin. There we go. These connectors are set up for 8-pin, so it's very difficult to split them to the 6-pin since they've been used only for 8-pin connector. But that's okay. Should be just fine. There we go. Yeah, man, keep doing the research and find out what something will actually work for you. Like you said, you're getting more into that Minecraft game, and those Minecraft mods are pretty serious stuff. Like no joke, like pretty serious stuff. So, and even if you have to save some more money up over the time, then do that. It's taken years and years and years for me to have all the hardware that I have, so it's not like I got it overnight. Like I'm happy. I just got a new graphics card, and it's the first new like computer component that I've gotten in probably about a year now. So like I'm super stoked. It might be an older graphics card from like 2012, but I'm super stoked about it. I believe it came out 2012 May 13th or 18th, somewhere around there. I'm going off of memory of something that I researched a while ago. So if I'm wrong about that, I am wrong. I'll make another I'll actually make a video about this graphics card like I do with all my graphics cards. So, and I'll definitely have like all the games that it was put into place. I don't know any of the games it was running. It is a 1080p 60 frames per second style graphics card though. It's not a high end one. It's not the 780 or 780 Ti. It's the 770, which is again for me. I'm happy. The price was good, and yeah, I just got a little bit of sore feet for it. So what I'm gonna do here is make sure it's all plugged in. Right. Mm. So I'm not gonna be able to see the screen, but I have the chat. I do have the chat. So I'm gonna take the actual screen so I can actually see what's going on and all that, which really helps actually because having a little the OBS opens with like a little window, then the actual OBS bot center, which is my controller for the camera and all that, so I can move it around and do what I want to do and set all the ISOs and other parameters on this camera. If you're new to the stream, welcome. If you are into Discord, click on that Discord link. I'm going to say thank you again, Frosty, for setting it up like a professional. Way better than my last one that I had. And again, Frosty, thank you for that. Hopefully we can still see the stream just because disconnected that. That shouldn't do anything. All right. All right, we're going to turn it on. We're going to do it. We're doing it. I'm going to hit the DRAM reset, which resets and rechecks the RAM. Basically, it'll just reset everything for the BIOS. It's a quick reset button for me. Just in case I didn't do that last night after the stream, then I would have that wonky RAM overclock. For some reason, the RAM was having issues. I'll try to figure out maybe this stream or tomorrow. This stream was technically supposed to be the day 2 of the Xeon giveaway stream, but I'm going to do that probably tomorrow or Sunday. So make sure if you're new to the channel to subscribe. That's all you have to do is subscribe to this channel and then comment in the comment section on the giveaway stream, and you could win a Xeon, Intel Xeon X5570. It's the best I can do. I know it's not great, but it's the best I can do. Oh no, I don't know if this one has HDMI. Which the actual, that little MOSFET that I was telling you about. That little MOSFET I was telling you about. Oh, I might make tutorials with Discord stuff. Yeah, do it, do it. That little MOSFET I was telling you about, maybe something is off with it. Fan spin. We get no HDMI power. That's okay. I do have, like I said, a bunch of changers to change over stuff for stuff like this. It's a lot helpful having different kind of changers to either HDMI, VGA, DVI, all those kind of changers, so that way I can figure out what is wrong. Then I'll use the multimeter on a whole bunch of stuff and see what's going on. Sometimes you just have to let it load up for a second, see what's going on. There's nothing, like there's no smells, no nothing like that. Fans are actually spinning. They're not full blast, which means that's also a good thing. Well, yeah, DVI to VGA. That'll work. Oh no. Oh yeah, that'll work. No, it won't. It won't work. I need that. different changer. I need a different changer. Okay, so HDMI just I don't think it's this HDMI cord. I haven't had an issue with it, but the HDMI when I plug it in feels kind of loose, which is not correct, but I do have another HDMI cord I can check out, see if that's the issue. Not like how it's not turned on. It's kind of acting like my GT 240 there, where it didn't have any power. Then I had to clean it up to actually make it work. It's okay. So now we gotta do a little bit of troubleshooting. Just quick troubleshooting, basically. See if there's anything. So I've already checked it over. And everything looked good, but maybe I'll grab the soldering iron there. And I'll hit that one little MOSFET that didn't look right. But everything looks good. Like it doesn't look wrong. Nothing looks wrong on it. Plugging in the HDMI though feels really loose, so. That's why having different kind of connectors too, and then having the changers for if you don't have a monitor that's right for it, it comes in handy. The actual PCIe looks good. There's no kind of like cracks near the actual PCIe here. Everything looks good. The only thing, like I said, was that MOSFET that I need to find again. So I pushed it back down, so it literally looks like it's fine. There it is. Nope, that's not the one. I also have to get my tweezers. Should get my tweezers. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. There, right there. I found her. I found it right there. What does it say? 703. No, this one is oh, they're so small. C C1P Z8. I have not heard of those ones before. This is a bit of an older graphics card, but it's not as old as what I've worked on, so I don't know. Sorry, CL3. No, this one is a CPZ8. Or C1PZ8. Okay. There's a lot of different kinds on this one, actually. Usually there's not that many different styles, but this one has 703E. No, 703U. Which is an actual voltage unit. So maybe I'll grab the multimeter. Ooh. Multimeter time. It's right here. It's 703U. So that makes it easier for the multimeter kind of reading. So all we gotta set her to is at least to a 200U to get, no, we'll do, sorry, 2000U there. Just to guarantee that we can actually read what it is. Well, how am I gonna make this look on the stream though? Well, bam, for one, we can do this. We can do this. All right, RAM, we gotta move you. We gotta move the RAM out of the way, and I gotta figure out which one is the dud again. And go over them just to make sure. Like, I'll go over them with a heat gun at a certain temperature. I'll use a thermal probe to make sure the temperature doesn't get too hot. And then we'll go to about 133, 136 C, and that should give us melting point of the actual solder that's underneath the chips on the RAM, and that should help reball them if that is the case. It's easier to reball the RAM chips than it is like a GPU, just because GPU, like, it's such a big die, and you gotta really be careful, like really be careful. RAM is a lot easier, to be honest. So I gotta make sure that's the one though. Like I said, I pressed it down and everything looks fine. So I'm not exactly sure which one. Oh no. I can't even move it with my nail up, because it was up a bit. Not that one. It's fine, I'll just check them out with the multimeter. Okay, so what I gotta do here is probably move this down. Ooh, without breaking my light? Yeah, without breaking my light. I did break my light. Oh. So I have to solder my light again, and I have to reconnect the monitor. My apologies about that. I was never told if this CPU or this GPU actually worked or not, so he had it in a nice box and all that, so I assumed it did, but maybe not. But look what we got. We got the multimeter. And that's easily visible. GPU won't be visible though. I have to set it on my lap so that way I guarantee I won't drop it. Found it, which one it was. 0518 on the actual silked screen on the board. Yeah, hopefully you can fix it, man. Should be able to get a reading. I'm not getting a reading. Yeah, a 200 or 2000 U should be able to get a reading of some sort out of it, but I'm not actually getting a reading at all. Could plug it back in, but there's too many small SMDs around it that I don't want to touch the actual metal pins from the multimeter to it and slip. Let's check out these ohm resistors though, see how they're doing. Do 200 on that. Should go down to 0.2-ish. This multimeter is off a little bit, so I'll accept that. Now I gotta check some connectors from the HDMI here. Again, I can touch the back pads on it. Should be able to just touch a ground to a power here, and nope. Well. Alright, sounds good, man. I will show the multimeter work in a second. I'm just trying to make sure I don't drop the GPU while going over these really small SMDs, alright? If anyone has a question, please let me know. And if you guys like Discord and all that, there is a Discord channel. Just go in the More tab and click on the Discord link. It'll bring you right to the channel. That's if you have Discord. I'm just trying to figure out what the MOSFET issue here. Okay, we're gonna go to a 200, 2000K here. See if we can get a reading. Let's be somewhat precise, maybe. I do have to give it a second. I am gonna be checking the continuity of it, just to make sure everything is actually working correctly, like actually flowing correctly too. I will be doing that. But there was a actual MOSFET on this board on the silk screen of this EVGA GT. If someone can search this up, EVGA GTX 770 superclocked. The silk screen number is 0518. I want to know what MOSFET that is. Should go back up to about 18, but looks like 16 it is though. Let's disconnect and reconnect. 16 it is. This side is 18. So one side's 16, one side's 18. I'll be... Think me, think. That's not for HDMI though. That wouldn't really do anything because it is, even if I touch the actual just solder pads on it, it is fine. Yeah, as soon as I touch the solder pads, boom, everything's fine on that. This is EVGA. EVGA GTX 770 superclocked SC. Silk screen on it is 0518. I am reading upside down, but it is 0518 on the silk screen. I just don't know what MOSFET it is. It is a 3-pin MOSFET, so I know for sure it is. The MOSFET number or lettering is C. It's so small. It's like C1P28. I don't have a microscope, so it's really hard to see. But the one right beside it is a 703U, which means if I take this and go to 2000U on that, I should be able to read something off of it. Yeah, RIP EVGA. I hear you on that one, man. That's why I love my EVGA cards too, though. I have a lot of them. So let's go back to 2000K ohm. 2000K ohm should give us a little reading off of this one. Oh, maybe this MOSFET's gone. Okay, so the MOSFET that was actually lifted up, and I pushed it down, and I have to resolder. It literally take a second to solder the one side back on proper. Maybe I'll just touch the other sides of the solder too and make sure they're good. But the MOSFET right beside it, the 703U, has nothing. It has nothing. Oh, nothing. Continuing. That won't read anything. Know that. Yeah, no, there's nothing. Let's go continuity voltage here. This multimeter is off a little bit, so like here we go. See, I'm not touching anything. It is off a little bit. But tonight it looks a little better than the other nights, so I'm happy about that. That's right. You keep going down, you go to 0. You go to 0 now. Okay, that's yeah. Maybe we have some moisture in the air. What's Dave saying? Is Dave happy, or is Dave sad? Dave is happy. There's quite a bit of moisture in the air, so that will actually do some things on that. Yeah, see, we can actually get multimeter moving just from the air. Yeah. Okay, so I've checked the actual R005s. Those are, what are those? 5. No, those would be R005s. They're big SMDs too, though. 2.2 ohms are 2 R2s for a 2.2 ohm. R005s are what ohm? What are R005 ohm as well? I forgot. I keep forgetting things. There's a lot to learn about electricity too, so give me 1 second. What is R005? R005, because I want to make sure. Oh, we don't need that. R 0.005 ohm, 1%, 3 watt. They're $2 per piece for a resistor, really. $2 a piece. Yeah, so they are 0.005 ohm, not 0.05. That I know that. Okay, so that makes sense. That's cool though. All right, all right. So what is a 703U? 3U MOSFET. Just to make sure. Then might have to 60 volt, 310 milliamp. At what though? No. 703U, not 703. No, that's correct. 60 volt, 310 milliamp. Single what? Single what? Yeah, I know it's a semiconductor. It's a MOSFET. Single what? Oh, single channel. Okay. SOT 3. Came out around 2007, and the small signal MOSFET came out in 2016. So this will be the small single MOSFET, 60 volt, 310 millivolt, milliamp, single channel. Okay, so single channel, which means we should be able to read it at 200M. Oh, 2000. We should be able to read it at 2000U, or even a 200U, to be honest. No, we'll do 2000 because we should read around 3. Yeah. Yeah, not fun, man. Not fun. We should be able to read it at this, but I think that the MOSFET, beside the one that was actually lifted off the board, the 703U, is actually a dud. It's done for. And it will cost me $3. So, it'll cost me $3. So that's not bad. Yeah, it's a dud. It's a dud. No. Is that what's making... This shouldn't matter. There's multiple there. But yeah, it's a dud. It's a dud. Yep. Sad facey. Now I'm going to follow some traces to see where exactly this is actually going to be sending that to. It should send it to a capacitor, because it is a, like I said, 310 milliamps at 60 volts. So it would have to pass through another MOSFET to make it so it's that 60 volt, and then this right here will make sure it's 60 volt, 310 milliamps to a capacitor, so that way the capacitor can be charged. Or the power is going to a capacitor that's being put to it, and that's what went on it. Maybe the capacitor's gone and actually passed too much power to this MOSFET and made it so it blew up. But what I'm going to do is check out this fuse that is on the other side of the board. I will, I don't want to check it with the hat. I want to check it with ohm for that. Actually, I'll probably do 200U, be just fine for it. Alright, so the fuse is just fine. The fuse is just fine. Okay, so the fuse puts power through it, which means the fuse doesn't have an issue. The 0.005 resistors, 1% is fine. That one MOSFET's gone. Oof. It's gonna cost me an extra $3. That's rough. But what I can do is plug it in and check out, see if it's the DVI that's also gone in it. Or the HDMI is just gone in it. Because that right there, there's so many other extras on the boards, and EVGA always does extras on their boards. So I'll put that back to 2000U for this one. Oh wait. You know, I'm not putting power through it. I'm just trying to get signal. Which is another 703U. Even if I switch that down, it won't matter because I should be able to read on a higher for better reading, but 200U does not seem to work. So what is a C? Can I see anything else that I could test out to make sure it works? Everything actually looks good on the board itself, which is always a good sign when everything looks good. It just means that actually went. But I have to take the graphics card apart to check out the capacitors, as there's none on top. While the capacitors are underneath and probably cooled, to be honest. As this cooler goes like basically right across the board, which is kind of nice. But there's pads on top on other things that I can check out, so check this out. We will check out a couple extra things. I know this is kind of boring. My apologies. I am here. I'm just checking with the multimeter some things, and I'll be right there. So, do we got a 2R2 right there? Nope, that's a 102. We got 189, and we got a 000 resistor, which just is a pass-through. So it's a pass-through. We got one pass-through, two pass-through, multiple pass-throughs to those. Some large capacitors there. Yep. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. A lot of it is working. A lot of it is working. Yes, it's not as an entertaining stream as last night's, but I was really hoping not to have this issue. I was really hoping it would work. So, what I gotta do... Still got happy Dave at least. At least Dave's happy. Yeah, it's gonna cost me not one 703U. It's gonna cost me about $4 in total. Not terrible, to be honest. Not terrible. I'll probably just buy a booklet for it. A MOSFET. A MOSFET booklet. I bought some coils of some, what were they? Some 1.3 volt resistors, but that's all I really got. And I forgot what size those were. They were really small SMDs. So you can not just the actual the actual ohms and stuff like that. The SMDs have a size for the pads as well. Like not well pads, but the actual size SMD. You have to use like a caliper to check out the size to get the correct size. It'll be still basically the same. Still plus or minus 1% generally too. Have to move my computer over. Just for a little something here. Need in here. Down here. Changer I need. That's the changer I need. All right. We are getting somewhere. So we got one of these things. Well, bam. It's supposed to be the top one. There we go. Slight difference on them. That's okay. There we go. Changers can come in handy. Let's say that. I get to show the changer. I have to put this in the computer still. So give me 1 second. I am here. If you're new to the stream here. Go. Need to just switch out the source now. I don't have to change up the HDMI cord, which is kind of nice. Go display port. Just gonna keep arrangement. Well, it looks like we got a graphics card to take apart. We got a graphics card to take apart. Definitely not the first time. Probably won't be the last. I did get this card, like I said, for a very good deal, so can't exactly get mad about it. Does suck though. It does suck. But I can't get mad about it. I mean, I could, but it's not gonna get me anywhere. That's the thing, it won't get me anywhere. Alright, so what we're gonna do is, oh yeah, that's right. Fix that too. Dang it. There we go. This up. Back. If we can get the light to adjust here in a second, that'd be nice too. Get somewhere here. Should have a nice screwdriver. So I'll flip the light up so I can see a bit better. Hopefully that doesn't look terrible on stream. I know we're getting this little bit of a light glare there though. There we go. Yeah, I gotta take apart all those screws. Every single one of these screws. And I'm already dropping them. Come on. Wow. The magnet's not strong enough on this screwdriver, so. If anyone has any questions about things, let me know. Yeah, I'm not going to be checking continuity through MOSFETs whether they're not running, because the could harm it. Yeah, take the bracket off too. There we go. Then I'm gonna have to grab the soldering gun too. It doesn't take long to heat up, luckily. It's different than these ones. But main thing to do is take it apart, check it all over. After I solder up that one MOSFET, and then take a look even more like in the daylight, or I'll turn on the actual garage lights because that will help for me see as well. Then what you can do is wash them as well, like I said with my GT240. I've checked it over with everything. Everything looked good. Just gave it a good wash and clean, and then it started working again. So sometimes that can happen. There can be a short just from something on the board, even after you checked it all over. So I'm hoping that's kind of the case with this one, but with that 703U not really giving me a reading, that could be an issue. And hopefully that didn't cause any more issues, so. If you're new to the stream, just take apart a GTX 770 that I got, because it doesn't seem to be wanting to post. Alright, checked it over, multimeter, and things look good. Oh yeah, he's definitely taking it apart. Screws are loose. Screws are loose. There we go. We're getting somewhere. This one has a lot of screws that are fairly easy to get at, so that's kind of nice. Oh, that one's pretty tight though. Where's my screwdriver for that one? Oh, more screwdrivers for that one. Push that in a bit. Oh, it's tight. That one is very tight. Tight like a toy guy. I guess it's a good thing I made some coffee. Sockets right here. Go. One of these, yeah. Figured it was that one right off the bat. Perfect. All these screws are fairly loose, so means somebody's been in it before. Hopefully the person wasn't better at me at fixing graphics cards. If so, then this is just going to be a showpiece. That's one of those ones you got to flip. And pull out this little connector here. Oh yeah, it's dusty. It's dusty. Very dusty. Oh, these connectors suck. Need a little flathead for this one. Hopefully we're up to date with the chat. Heat pipe's discolored. What could that be from? Quite dusty though, as you can see. Quite dusty. We can zoom in a bit on this one. The die looks really good though. Spick and span. Capacitors don't look blown or even bulged. Yeah, so the capacitors don't look bulged or even blown, so that's good. So this whole plate should technically come off now. Yep. What if I took off all the screws, I guess? Thermal pads look good on it, too. Man. Everything does look very good. Someone's definitely been in it because generally you'll see some sort of oils on the memory here. As you can see, the memory is like very matte finish. Basically, you'd normally see a really glossy, oily finish on them, just because that's those kind of pads and that, and how old they are, how much heat will be on to them after time. Just what happens. But everything looks really good. I mean, it looks very good. I'm very happy with that. So that's good. So we'll give it a good clean because it's pretty dusty. There's some stuff everywhere here. MOSFETs look good on this side. Power phases too. Does look like he's stuck a multimeter to these pads though, so which be going to some sort of like controller of some sort. I'm not sure what it'd be though, for what kind of controller it'd be for. Like I said, I don't know enough about these GTX 770 boards. I know more about like the newer For the Win 3 boards, like the 1070s, 1080s, For the Wins, For the Win 3s, 1080 Ti's, and that. Not these older Kepler boards. I mean, I do know quite a bit about it, but not like the actual components that are actually on the board. I mean, it looks minty fresh. I mean, it's a very clean, shiny board after it got all cleaned up. So maybe it was pretty dirty. Maybe the cleanup will help. Although we're not reading on the 703s are really weird. This brush is a very, very light brush, so it's very, very light. Make sure I get in every little crevice to make sure that everything's good. $100C32, what would that be? Oh shoot, thank you, Epic. I didn't even know you were here, man. Long time no see, man. Thank you. Hope you're doing good, man. I hope you're doing good. Although, like I said, on these pads here, it looks like someone's touched it with the multimeter already. And it looks like someone's touched it, these couple pads on this side. So someone definitely touched it with the multimeter. And hopefully they didn't put continuity through it. Like, on certain things you can do that. On other things you do that and you'll blow them up. So you gotta be careful when you do stuff like that. When I have these switched over to the U and the ohms and the I guess I won't switch it over to the um, basically for some sort of chargers and stuff like that. They have like a charge stop. I don't know. You can call them trickle charge, sort of, but trickle charge is like a low powered charge as well. Um, don't know enough about that, so that's more like continuity as well, because it also has that on there. That does not put power through it. It reads like it'll use very little to what the actual component can use to see if it's actually working. Like the RO5s that I was using, checked and they worked. It said RO4, but since the multimeter's kind of off a little bit, it's probably RO5. I mean, everything looks minty fresh. I could probably tighten up the HDMI as well. It is just a little loose. That won't really do anything. OPC serial number 11588. Found something. Found something. I found a loose SMD. Not a MOSFET, a loose SMD. Not a small one, a medium size, small. A medium small, I guess you can call it. On the top side, looking on the from the side, I was like, it kind of looks off. It is. I gotta grab a soldering iron now. We might be on to something. We might be on to something. I was gonna say it pulled apart way. Yeah, yeah, it did pull apart way too easily. Like, cause oh yeah, I should show the actual thermal pads and all that on this. And you can see there's a lot of thermal pads to it, and you can literally read all the etching. See how I glisten it, and you can actually see some of the etching down below on these ones. You can actually see the etching into it, but they're very. There might be shiny, but there's no oil, no oil. And it pulled. I mean, it literally went boop, and it didn't come apart very easily because it had the one screw. But I didn't pull. I'd make sure I don't pull too hard, because if you just lift it, especially when they are sticky, you just lift one end all on it. All you have to do is lift one end very slightly, and then eventually it will just pop. You don't just keep forcing it, because you don't want to rip off any of the actual components, right? And it can do that, and it can rip off your actual memory off of it. It can rip off other parts, so that's why you just lift, hold, let it hold, and then eventually it will go boop. But that was like all the screws off. Okay, lift it up. The screws, the one screw that I missed, and it's like, okay, I missed a screw. But yeah, I found an SMD C728. Oh, sorry, C779 on the back side. The silk screen is C7 79. So I'm gonna grab the soldering gun. Pretty sure we are on to something though, because that would make it so it doesn't turn on. All right. Now, now, this is not the soldering iron I normally use, and one I normally use is broken. My cat, which I am missing my cat right now. She's not here right now, but that's okay. Um, this is not the soldering I use. It has a very big tip. I like to use a fairly small but hefty one. It does have like a little tiny tip, but it's like very big tip. But should we use this soldering, this solder? Should we use this solder or this solder? We're definitely gonna use the little solder. And we're just gonna add a very, very, very minuscule, very little amount on this solder, the soldering tip. This soldering tip. So what you want to do with soldering tips too, when you're done with it, you're gonna add solder to the tip and then turn off the soldering gun. And that way the soldering tip will always accept solder and not like just in case dirt or something gets on it. If it gets dirty or something like that, solder will not go back onto it. So adding solder onto your tip after you're done is a very good thing to do. But yeah, we are getting somewhere. I'm happy about finding that. I don't think I'll show it. I really don't think I'll be able to show it here. So it's this one. It's components are just too small. The components are just too small, so I don't have the setup like I would normally have it. I would literally have like an overhead setup looking down, and it'd literally be like a very, very short distance away from the actual components, so that way you can see. And I don't have that set up right now, so I apologize. You like that, eh? A lot of people messaging me here. Yeah, again, thank you, Epics. Been a long time. And we got more subscriber. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, you like that, eh, Ricky? Something. What would you like, Ricky? Would you like this one or would you like this one? Oh, yeah. We got it. We got it. Oh, I'm sorry for blinding you there. I just blinded everybody. Oh, look. We got it there. Now. Yep. Nothing will touch anything there. This soldering iron takes a long time to warm up. I mean, a long time. It's been plugged in for a while and I can still put my finger on it, so. I'll just set it there. We'll just have a little chit chat. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. If you are new to the channel, welcome. Hopefully you're liking somewhat of the content. We are serious, but not too serious here. We're only serious about getting these wins, these dubs, these everything on this competition. And if you're looking to join a team, if you use hardwarebot.org, I am Cold Canadians. Join Cold Canadians. It should be open. You can just join my team and help us win for Canada. Right now in Canada, I am 5th place overall. In my division, I am 1st place. Coffee. Like I said, this We're just starting to warm up. The solder's still a little hard there. If you watch my no power limit hard mod, I have two different videos on a GTX 1070 where I hard modded it so that way it had no power limit. Ooh, look, it's starting to smoke finally. Taking its sweet time. Let's just breathe in all these chemicals. You know, the better the flux, the more poison it is for you. I should probably get some flux. What am I thinking? Give me 1 sec. I gotta grab some flux. Right there. It's smoking. Let's just waft that in. That solder is almost ready. Everybody smell that? That solder is almost ready. In about 5 more minutes, this solder will actually liquefy and be good. Oh, we're almost there, actually. We're actually almost there. So, it's good. It's solder iron. It's so old. It takes forever to warm up. It may be smoking, but that's a good thing. Now, I don't have any flux actual like a applicator, so I'm gonna use a screwdriver. And this looks kind of like a dab. If everyone knows what a dab is, it looks like a dab. And we're gonna dab it on there. Boom. That is more than enough flux. What I need to do here. Now let's you got a dab pen. There you go. There we go. Got a little bit of distiller. What do you got in it? I know a little thing or two about a little thing or two. Okay, so here, what we got to do is we got to add a little bit of this to more of this onto the tip. Just, you see the smoke? You see how there's more smoke? Means it's almost ready. Just waft it in. Don't actually breathe it in, though. Generally, I would have like an extraction fan going or try to use my charcoal filter respirator if I'm around a lot of this. Like I said, the really good flux will absolutely not destroy your lungs, really. It'll absolutely destroy your kidneys. That it will absolutely destroy your kidneys. So try not to breathe it in, but I have no choice. Nice. Yeah, like I said, the better. And let's just say this old Kester soldering paste is really good stuff. As you can see, it's good with the smoke. And then we have a bunch on there too. So what I'm gonna do is just try to. Of course, I don't have this set the right way, so that way I can actually just do this right. Oh, we actually have a little bit of plastic. That's what's smoking up top. You see that? That's even better. That won't kill your kidneys. That'll kill your lungs. Shoot. I didn't even see that. Why is that on there? How is that on there? Ah. Well, it's a good thing I don't have kids. Who knows? Definitely wouldn't have any after this. And I'm gonna want to clean that. Okay. Generally, like I said, I'm using my better soldering iron, but even my better soldering iron is broken. My cat dropped it, like, knocked over a fan on it. And yeah, that didn't. Hey. And we gotta add a little bit more solder. Don't you worry. This will not harm me whatsoever. I've done this a few times before. I've worked with a lot worse stuff than this. But if you do this kind of stuff, please have an extraction fan going. And like I said, I generally have one. It does help a lot. And generally, instead of using a screwdriver, I'm using an actually proper pair of soldering tweezers. Long nose stainless steel tweezers. Oh, that's actually pretty beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. All right, we got one side done. Actually, kind of nice. Like, even though I'm using this giant soldering iron. Clean up the tip again. Shoot, that's actually pretty good. I'm actually kind of happy. I mean, this thing actually chooches. This thing is a choocher. Although that plastic melting is not good. So what I'm gonna do actually is grab my CPU fan and put that on, so that way I don't keep breathing that in. I do worry about my health a little bit. Jokes aside, you know what I'm saying. Okay, it wasn't as good as I thought. We need more solder. What solder is this? It is rosin core. Rosin core is good to have. It has actual rosin in the core, you know, that's why it kind of says rosin core. But the soldering tip really does suck. I should go grab my turbo that's over there and be like, I'm trying to put this on this. I'm gonna do that. I did not mean to hit the mic. I'm sorry if that was really loud. On the back, it's starting to feel better. Do you think it's gonna fit? I don't know. Do you think it's gonna fit? I don't know if it's gonna fit. It's pretty big. Well, it's not that big of a turbo. It's only for a 4-cylinder, but it'll work. I think it'll fit. And that's just a turbo that I've had around for about 5 years now. The car that I was going to put that turbo in was a Hyundai Tiburon. You can call it a hairdresser's car. It was actually a nice little sports car, though, manual as well. A little 2-liter that I had, 4-cylinder. The weekend that I was going to put the turbo kit into it, I actually crashed it. Some guy on the highway, he tried to merge in on a weird spot. Like, literally not even a 5-minute... not even 5 minutes into my drive, literally getting onto the highway, basically getting up to speed. This guy like trying to merge in, and I kind of avoided. And when I avoided, I turned a little too hard and literally was looking at the people down the highway that were coming at me. So I just steered the car basically down into the ditch, into the fence. Got a little bit of whiplash. That's about it. That totaled the car, which really sucked. My setup is spot on. Nah, it's not. Generally I'd make it so you can see right over top. Make sure it looks good. Like I said, I have. If you want to look into my videos on my no power limit mod, there's 2 videos. Actually, one has a lot of views, one doesn't. I would like the one with no views to get views. It is a better clarity video. Yeah, the soldering work isn't that great, but that's literally because I took the shunts off of it. Like, we're talking shunts that are like about that big, not like that big. They're microscopic. I mean, like, they're not microscopic, but I mean, a couple hair widths thickness is what we're working with here. So these ones are a little bit bigger, which is nice, but I'm working with a really, really crappy soldering iron. Okay, so we add a little more solder onto her. Oh yeah, we got some smoke now. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna tap this off a bit, so that way no solder drops. That's what I'm talking about. Now I got it. It needs to be held on a little bit longer. This SMD is pretty thick, so just needs a little bit more actually to solder it. That's okay. Also, a thicker layer PCB will soak up a lot of heat, so you gotta really pay attention. Make sure you have some good lighting for this. But honestly, that actually looks a lot better. That actually looks good. That actually looks good. So, where's that from? That from the soldering gun? Yep. There we go. Just give me 1 second here. So the one we're gonna be looking at is the one with the rosin on it that you'll see. Wait, it's this one. Oh, this one. Guess you can't really see it that well. My bad. I thought you'd be able to see it, but my back is still a little sore, so I'm really, really shaky while holding this up. But honestly, good solid connection on this side. Could be a little better on this side, I'm not gonna lie. Could be a little better on the other side, but not bad. Not bad. I will take the A minus on that one. Now I gotta do the other side where that MOSFET was loose. Or, whoops, same side, I mean. Same side where that MOSFET was loose. Now, MOSFET is not these ones. That one right there. At least it's easy enough to find. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. Just doing a little bit of solder work, hoping to fix up this GTX 770. If you guys want to smash that subscribe button just to give me a little bit of luck, that would be a real appreciative. And hit that like button too, please. For some reason, these higher end content creators, I'm not sure why, a couple of the gamers too. This is not this is all educational videos that I've been putting out lately. All educational, even though some aren't really that educational, really. Especially the end of the streams. I'm literally being suggested after their videos, which is actually kind of great because I go through some like analytics after publishing. After a couple days, I check out some stuff, and literally like, what's her name? The one, some Apex Legends player. What's her name there? She just quit Apex Legends or something like that. But I'm literally being shown after her videos to people saying, "Hey, you should check out these videos," and that's odd but awesome. So everyone that's subscribing and liking my videos, thank you very much for joining my streams. Again, thank you. I've seen a lot of you on all my streams or most of my streams, so you guys have been helping me out tremendously. And to all of my donators, again, thank you very much. That's definitely going to help me for the competition. I've got more thermal paste because of yous, and again, we're gonna crush it this year for the Country Cup 2024. Thanks, Bob Dab. Man, that is an awesome name to say, Bob Dab. Yeah, cheers as well, man. Cheers as well. Okay, so now I'm gonna solder this MOSFET here. Again, pretty easy one to find. Yeah, I lost it, but pretty easy one to find there. That one right there. Found it. Gotta grab the soldering iron. Okay. Yeah, I'm really trying not to hit the mic, and hopefully that sound suppressor is working good because I keep hitting it with my head. Oh, that soldering iron is hot. Woo! Yes, yes, finger. That was hot. You're okay. You're okay. Oh, these MOSFETs are so difficult to do sometimes. Especially with these really, really big soldering irons and the smoke in my eye. Yep, someone's tried to solder it before. That solder they're using is absolute junk and it just came off. That's why. Oh, no. Why are you touching stuff when you shouldn't be touching it if you don't know what you're using? You're supposed to be using really thin rosin cord like this. Whatever you're using was a too high temperature of a solder for this kind of work. So please, if you watching my videos, take what I say kindly. Oh, they did too. I don't know if I can even use this one. The algorithm sent me. Mestastic. I'm sorry to say, I don't even know what mestastic type stuff is. This channel, we do generally hardcore overclocking. I try to teach people about PC components. We talk about sometimes some physics and joke around, but generally overclocking PCs, RAM, CPU, GPU, and motherboards. Old hardware, new hardware. This is a GTX 770, so it's kind of an older hardware. This is the Kepler from Kepler Architect from from NVIDIA. The brand is EVGA. Core boost. Normal core boost is 1045 megahertz. The boost is actually 1085. The RAM is GDDR5, and its effective speeds is 7010 megahertz. It uses DirectX 12. Has HDMI. It's good for 1080p. It has 2 gigabytes of RAM. That's about it. Came out around 2012, May. Your networking, very nice. I know a bit about networking. I've built my own custom DASs. If you go into my videos and search up my custom DAS, part 1 and part 2, I made my own custom DAS. I have Unraid. I have my own dual CPU server. I use, like I said, Unraid, and yeah, I still gotta build all of that. It's just I'm not exactly rich, and as you can see, I buy cheap used stuff and try to fix it up sometimes. I thought this worked, so this wasn't really planned at all. But if you want to smash that like button and subscribe, that'd be very helpful for me. And since YouTube is actually promoting me, awesome. I'm doing a YouTube algorithm just fine. And I really do try to do the YouTube algorithm, by the way. Use certain words and that in my tags. I try to do okay thumbnails. I'm not the greatest at making thumbnails, but I try to put a smile on. That's what I try to do. Right now, I'm not smiling. I mean, I can smile for you if you want. Alright, let's see if we can get a little bit of solder on here. Clean the excess solder off. Clean this down. Come on. I know you want to work. Yeah, it's definitely not pretty, but it's definitely soldered. Like I said, this soldering iron is not made really for this, but it worked. It's definitely not pretty though. Although the other soldering I did was actually pretty good. Oh, sorry if that was loud. I really hit it with the soldering iron that time. Yeah, that's better looking. There we go. Now both sides look good. Now I'm just gonna check stuff over, make sure things look good. Nice. Laura. Lora. I'll have to search that, but I don't know what that is. Is that like Lord of the Rings? Oh, I keep hitting it with my head. I'm sorry, guys. Ladies, if you're still there too. I know I got a couple that are watching. Nuh-uh. 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 Well, that works too. You gotta tell my grandparents this is a Louis Rosman video. No, please do not do that. Louis Rosman would be ashamed. Would be ashamed. He'd be like, "Why are you using soldering iron when you should be using a hot air works instead?" Because I don't have one. Generally, with SMDs, you're gonna be using a hot workstation, basically, just hot air. Solder you're using could be like a sometimes low melt. You can use a low melt, which is about 132 to 136 seeds to melt it, and that way it doesn't damage your components and melt easier. And then you can literally just put some around the components by the pads, hit it with some hot air, and then it'll literally melt to the actual component, and the component will like sit down in place a lot nicer, and then holding it down in that. Yeah, I do know what to do with that kind of stuff, but I mean, I just don't have it. And my other soldering iron is, like I said, broken. My cat uh, ran by a fan. The soldering iron was on the ground, and it crushed the handle on it. And it's, if you've watched my other videos, I taped it up. And then after you use it for too long, the tape will eventually melt at that point at the where it broke. So I have to get a new soldering iron. That's awesome though, Hart. This is a newest Rossman video. I can be as sarcastic as him sometimes, I guess. I'm just gonna check this over. Nice, everything's solid now. Now it's bumped by the looks of it. Just push stuff around. Usually, like I said, I'm using my tweezers, but my tweezers are put away as well. So, in a tote that's at the bottom of all, like a stack of 4 totes. I already know where it is. It's just, my back is still sore, and I don't want to move those totes because it's sore. It's not the way it was, so I would like it to feel better. So I don't want to chance it really. Just checking to see if there's actually any SMDs that got knocked off from the other owner. But everything actually looks really good. Now it does. Doesn't look like anything's loose. Okay. So the back side of it actually looks really good. Student CPUs will be basically stickers. Yeah. They're getting so thin and small, it's actually insane. Oh yeah, we can take a look at the actual die. I haven't done that. I should have. Well, bam. There you go. Here we go, everybody. Hopefully we can all read this. Probably not, but I want to keep looking because I do want to throw this back in the system and see if that actually works. It's actually looking pretty good. Quite happy with what all the front side at least looks like. I think we're good. I think we are good. Awesome. That is a good idea. See if the chip heats up. So when I took it off, I'll show you why I said it looks like it got really hot. Can you see the vapor chamber there? Well, not vapor chamber, but the plate. See how it looks like that around? Like around here? I can't even really rub it off. See? So I don't know what that's from. Like it looks like it got hot. Gotta move the turbo. This. Okay, yep, yep. Okay. Okay, so I kind of got these man hands that are all calloused up. I was like, man, it doesn't feel like it's warm enough. Okay, it's getting warm. Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay, it warms up. Took a while, but yeah, it warms up. It took a while. Maybe it's just my hands just take a while. Like I said, I got some pretty. They don't look it, but they're pretty calloused up man hands. Like I said, I've been in construction all my life, done limestone cutting. I usually build houses, like frame houses, like everything you can think of. I've done basically roofing. So I got some pretty man hands basically. But yeah, it gets warm. What up, 808? Just join. What are you doing in this card? I'm trying not to burn my fingers on the core. I just had to solder a MOSFET and a SMD. I just got this card used. It was very cheap. So when I took a look at it, there were some loose components, so I soldered them up. And well, I tested it out first, and it wasn't getting any display. So yeah. But yeah, it warms up, man. It warms up. I'm pretty sure I fixed it actually. If it warms up like that, and now I'm gonna put it all back together. So I'm gonna put it all back together here. Soldering is already off. I don't have to worry about burning myself on that. But yeah, it warms up there. It warms up. Might take a gamble on the Scar 4500 watt amp that needs a MOSFET replaced. Never done this. Be careful especially if there's capacitors around, dude. That's all I say. If you are gonna do that, like I said, cause I'm doing YouTube at night. I have to say, do not do this at home. Oh wow. Yeah, like the MOSFET, just make sure you take your time with the solder. Use lots of flux if you have to. The flux just makes it so the heat goes around everything properly and make sure it cleans the surrounding area. That just helps out a lot. Make sure you're using good flux. You did it at home? Yeah. Well, I'm doing it in the garage, so I'm not doing it at home. Awesome though. I'm happy though. Happy. I picked up the work that I needed. I work nights. I'll be posting this week. You better post it in Discord, man. Hopefully, you make the soldering work better than what I did on this MOSFET. I'm gonna show it. It looks like crap. It looks like crap. Uh, so it's right here. Right there. It's got a bit of a blob. It doesn't look the greatest, but is it? Yeah. I've done a lot of videos of doing this kind of stuff, soldering and that, like a lot of videos. And I said that I'd have better looking videos than this for power limit mods on the GTX 1070 for the win. It's a hard mod, so there's no power limit. But yeah, no, it core warms up. Took a while for my finger to feel it, but it warms up. Yeah, I hope it works now, to be honest. I really do. Yeah, yeah, I really do hope it works. I'm gonna check the mods for it again with the multimeter though, just to make sure. I'll put 2000 U just to make sure we get a good reading. Flip it. Oh, it's why it doesn't want to read. try ohm. Boom! Oh yeah! We're good to go! MOSFET is reading like it should. So maybe that does fix it, maybe it doesn't. We'll find out. Maybe. Thumbs up, everybody. If you're new to this stream, thumbs up. Give me the thumbs up. Make sure it's all looking clean too, so that we want to put back together, it's all nice and spanking clean. All right. That is 100% backwards. As it goes this way, duh. Should be lines up nice. Compress everything decently. Pick it up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The MOSFET wasn't reading before, so now it's reading. Just put a couple screws in this just to hold it for now in place. I guess I'm not really doing this on stream too well, am I? I'm not showing on stream too well. There we go. Now you can see what I'm doing. Just in case there's any new people. I am here. I am doing something. I'm doing something. I think I'm doing it. I'm doing it. After I'm done, I'm gonna take a magnet and I'm gonna put this on the fridge so mommy can see it. There we go. You see, screwdriver spins and that screw goes in. It's okay. I'm judging harshly. Please don't judge me too hard. Please. I'm Louis Rosman, remember? I'm a professional. It reminds me of that Lil Dicky song. Have you ever heard Lil Dicky? I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Alright, that's good enough for screws to hold that for now. Now we gotta take this and keep everything nice and clean. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. I've always watched this stuff for all the drama. Yeah, yeah. Well, man, you ever heard about that right to repair? I'm part of that right to repair, man. It's big. It's bigger than what like most people think that right to repair is. It's huge. I like to, like I said, I like to repair all my stuff. I like to buy used. I want to be able to fix my own stuff. I want to be able to do whatever I can with my own stuff and not have to worry about the company doing all these weird stuff to it to make sure I can't do that. Yeah, they're 99% heat sinks because like I said, I've said this in other videos and streams, they get shipped around the world. So if you go to Australia, India, and stuff like that, it's really hot. Some places are really hot and humid, so they need these. Well, humid's better, more moisture in the air is better for uh, like cooling. But like Australia, where it's really dry, you need these really nice coolers on like the 4090s. So they have really massive coolers on them just because they get shipped all around the world and they have to work really good, especially for 450 watts, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, you remember RTR? Yeah, right to repair, man. Ugh, I got something somewhere. Where did I put? There's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of that. But I don't have what I want. I don't have what I want. Where is that? Ooh. Make my own. So someone definitely took apart this before. Yeah, it's not a TI. It probably wishes it was a TI. I know. If only you were a little bit better of a CPU core die, you would have been made into a 70 Ti. But you weren't. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. So somebody definitely took this apart, but they never redid the thermal paste. Literally, I just went like that, and the thermal paste crumbled. It literally crumbled. But somebody was in this GPU. Oh yeah, it's definitely heat. Heat definitely discolored it. Look. I will show you again. Look at that. See the bluey color in that? Look at, oh, yeah, you can really see it now. Wow. Let's see, you can see it on the stream. There it is. There it is. That doesn't look, I mean, it looks pretty cool, but that's not cool. So literally the thermal paste that was on this literally crumbled. 770 Super TI. There. Oh wait, this is the cooler. There. We got you. You're all fixed up now. I hope it's fixed up. It could be dead though. By the looks of this cooler, it could be dead. I mean, the core has heat. I did fix up the MOSFET. It's actually reading properly too, so that's nice. And the little SMD, I'm not sure what it is, but it's all soldered back on that too. So hopefully. Flew too close to the watt. Yep, basically. You chooched your last chooch. Although we're gonna try to bring you back to life, like the what's that band? Evidence, or help me out there, Ricky. You probably know. EV Evidence. I am pronouncing it really wrong. I haven't heard of them in a long time, so I can't really pronounce them. Oh, even my thermal paste isn't getting that good. I need some good stuff, please. There we go. We're just gonna blab that on there. We're not gonna spare you. We're gonna use lots of her. Yeah, bring it back to life. Just a what? Yeah, evanescence. Yeah, evanescence. Yeah, bring me back to life. Clear. Just to watch YouTube videos. Nah, I'm gonna be. If this thing works, I'll literally put a water block on it and actually like overclock the absolute snot out of it. I'm gonna hardware mod this thing, as whatever I can. So this is before Maxwell, so I'm wondering if these cards did not have a power limit mod, but I'm pretty sure it's the older cards that didn't have a power limit on it. So if it doesn't actually have a power limit, that'd be awesome, because the cooler I can get this card, the more power I can get in it. And then I'll go to a limit, of course, and then I'll have to put a core voltage mod and see what I can do with the memory as well. Yeah, we got lots of thermal paste. That's a really thick amount of thermal paste. Make sure everything looks clean. Except for I got my fingerprints all over the core, which means there's oil, so I gotta get rid of that. There we go. Make sure I line that up nice here. So make sure I line that up nice. I said nice. I said nice, please. Boom. Lined up. All lined up nice. If anyone's new to the channel, welcome. It almost looks like a whole GPU. I hope so. I hope it's I hope it feels that way too. I hope it feels like a 770 Ti as well. It's ready to pump out those numbers. I know that light there is probably not that great. There we go. Here's one screw. Now to put in all these screws again. There's a few of them. And I gotta put in the actual plate there too. Go. Now we gotta put in all like 10 screws or something like that. Go. There should be one up here for set aside. Should be. Where'd we go? Who knew? I did set one aside. I'm not sure where it rolled off to. It's okay. I will find it. I will find you and I will screw you. That sounded really right. That sounds right to me. I will find you and I will screw you. Oh, is that it? That's what I wanted. Oh, that's what I want there. There's just a few of these screws I gotta put in still. They got it came with everything. It's all actually like put together at least. It's weird how somebody went in there but they never replaced the thermal paste, because that thermal paste was hard as a rock. Like a rock. Like a Ford commercial. Like a rock. I don't even like Ford. Like a rock. I'm really glad I made coffee, to be honest, because yeah, it was needed. And this one goes there. You're done. We're finished. If only it was that simple. It's definitely not that simple. I'm missing a screw there. Where is it? Found it. Found it. I got a rock on the side of the road. Yeah. You might be a very, very expensive paperweight. To be honest, I'm cool with this. If this doesn't work still, like I said, I'll take it apart again. I'll probably give it a good clean and check it over real good. Like really, really good. Not on a stream. Because it could take a long time with just me staring at it. You would work. You would work. You would work. So yeah, like if it doesn't work still, I'll like go after a stream or a different day. But even if it doesn't work, I mean, I'm like I said, a collector, so I'm still kind of cool with it. And for the price, although my feet blistering for it, my feet literally blistering for it from the walking. That was kind of a downfall. That kind of sucks. Okay. Now I gotta find the one screw for there. I did put it up here, but where'd it go? There it is. Like a dog. Don't say that, Hart. Don't say that. I know a lot of 49 Supers were good paperweight. Yeah, with the cracked PCBs. Because they just weighed so much and people didn't actually put like a GPU bracket or support on it. That was why. Same thing with like the 4090s. And also there's something else with those 4090s as well. Something with the gigabyte ones, I think it was. The gigabyte ones had an issue. Forgot what the issue was, but there was an issue. It wasn't the cracking of the PCBs or anything. They had literally had to change out, like, I forgot what. There's a whole bunch of components that went onto it, so they literally had to take parts from another 4090 to put onto it. Which doesn't make sense to even do. But don't say that, Hart. Please don't unsubscribe. Power connector? Oh, the power connector. Oh, would that be the 12 pin one? Like a rock. I keep saying that. Please work. Please. Where did I put the bracket? Where did I put the bracket? Oh no. I seem to have lost something. Oh, that's not good. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. I'm hoping I fixed this GPU. It has taken us 2 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours. It's taken over 2 hours. Holy moly. I thought this thing would just work and I could start overclocking it. No, I have to fix it. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Part of the process. It's part of the process. It's gonna be a subscriber. Yeah. Where did that part go, though, that I had? The bracket. The bracket. Where did anyone see where I put the bracket? I didn't put it far. But I literally cannot find the bracket. Is it behind here? No. Replaced with the flux, yeah. Yeah, just make sure if you're doing any kind of solder work, try to use some really good flux and make sure you have an extraction fan. It's really, really necessary when you're using good stuff. The good stuff is really bad for you. The worse it is for you, the better it is for soldering. Like a rock. What happened to the bracket? It's not on the ground. It's not. I have nothing to. Know where I could have put it. I just literally know where I can put it. No. Pockets. Give me 1 second. I'll start making the stream look a little bit better here. It's somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow. Somewhere. It's like you move something. Peekaboo. Nope. Oh wow, the paintbrush. That paintbrush was on it. I put the paintbrush on it. Wow. Look at me. Oh no, I'm showing the smoke on stream. I'm trying not to do that. What am I doing? Tis tis. Tis tis. Ooh. Good to go there. Yeah. There it is, beside the other case. Yeah. Look, over there. Where? We're gonna put these actually in properly tight, like not loose and get a fall out. Like I said, someone definitely tried to get in or got into it. Somewhere over the rainbow. Apparently, I put it in by hand first. The socket's too long. That's what she said. I found my brackets. I have so many IO shields in that. The one stream, I was like, man, I wonder if I have an IO shield for this motherboard I got. What do you know? I looked through about 30 some IO shields. I was like, right there. I think that will fit. Now I looked, tested it out, and like, it works. It works. Then these actual brackets for GPUs, I have a bunch of them too. I have like boxes of just random parts. There we go. Put this over. Nope, not put this over. Stay there. Yeah, well, I work with metal, so I have a lot of metal tools. I have like a whole bunch of different metal tools, so it's cool if I bend actually something. It's not an issue for me. It really is not an issue for me. They seem so cheap. Which ones? Like these 770s and that? Not for us Canadians. Like this would have cost to me about 6 times as much, and I'm not sure if the cards on eBay used would work either. And I like EVGA, so it has to be a certain it has to be EVGA. Oh, the materials, yeah. They're cheaping out on materials and that. I agree on that. So hopefully let's test it out this time. I'm here. I'm here still. Just shoot me a message if you have any questions. Let me know. I'm just trying to screw the GPU in now. Put the powder to it. Put the powder to it. Okay. It's all plugged back in. Where is it? It is. There we go. There we go. Oh, I really hope it works. What I gotta do is make myself shown on the stream. Give me a second. I gotta make sure we're live. We're back a little bit. All right. I want it to be live. Click. Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully, I really hope this works. I really hope this works. I got to unplug this. Try not to hit the mic too much here. Apologies if it sounds bad. Not my voice, the actual mic of me hitting it. All right. Oh my god, I think I got it to work. Please. Oh no, I didn't connect the fan. No, I forgot to connect the fans. I don't think we got it to work though. Try the 8-step line though before I take it out and connect the actual fan. That's an easy fix. We got it to work. No way. It's registering. It went on to something. Yeah, we got it to work. Yeah. Okay, I gotta connect the fans. Yeah, it's working. It's not a paperweight. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm so happy that worked. Sorry if you just joined the stream and just saw me cheering. It's been how long? How long has this stream been now? Of me soldering these things and making it, taking it apart and all that. It's been a while, but I got it to work, so let's go! Now I want to put water cooling on already. I just got it to work. I know I still gotta benchmark it, but I gotta take it apart and plug in the fan. Not so I can do it from here. Oh, I can do it from here. Sweet. All right, that's easy fix. Really, really easy fix. Up you go. I said up you go. You go into your spot. Thank you. I said thank you. I said thank you. Wow, what a pain that is. There's not much room to actually move it. There we go. Oh, I'm so happy. That really as far as it sits down? Yep. As far as it sits down. Oh, all right. Whew. That's awesome, though. Oh, I'm glad I got that to work. All right. Oh, I gotta plug a keyboard into it too. Whoops. But it registers. It takes a second to load up something, but boom, right there. That's so awesome. Oh, I'm so happy about that. I got a new obsession over those compact high watt USB-C chargers that can power anything. Oh, those 300 watters or something, right? Yeah, 300 watts, something like 5.2 amps or more, or 10 amps. No, 5.2 amps, 300 watts. Absolutely insane. Yeah, I agree. Now, will it load the driver? That's the next step. Is it gonna work with the driver? Which is easy enough for me to do. Hopefully you can see me on the stream. I can't see the actual me on the computer to make sure everything's looking all right. So hopefully everything looks fairly good. Scan for hardware changes. That's all you got to do. And it should register the driver. Boom, we got it, 1080p. Okay, and it's reading the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 770. Temperature is, this is with my thermal paste too, My thermal paste is getting old, so it's not as like its viscosity is kind of like a lot thicker, but that's okay. Temperature 20 C and dropping. MSI Afterburner. See what MSI Afterburner is saying too. Yeah, I know it can't establish a connection with the server. Duh. Fan speeds at nothing. Basically, it's crank it. See how loud it goes. Fans work just fine. The power limit can go to 106 by the looks of it. Core voltage does go up to plus 12. So let's just do that right off the bat. Right off the bat, we'll do that. What temperature? What temperature is it, Dave? It's about 10.5 degrees Celsius at 52% humidity right now. Dave is very happy, and I am very happy. Look at us happy. Let's do a test. Let's do a test. Let's do a test. Let's do a test. 3D Mark 2001 SE, second edition. It's right there, so let's do it. Yeah! We got it working, everybody. Yeah, that means you can't unsubscribe, Heart. That means you can't unsubscribe ever. That looks good. Everything looks good. Let's make it actually 1080, not 1920 by 1080, 32-bit. Okay. And we benchmark it. The CPU is not overclocked, so it's not gonna be the greatest score, but the CPU is not overclocked. I didn't raise the core voltage. I didn't raise the memory. I just raised the I raised the core voltage. I didn't raise the actual core frequency or the memory frequency, and I raised the actual power limit to 106. Apparently, it can go to. So maybe next. No, ever. You can never unsubscribe. 3D Mark can initialize your 3D accelerator. Try to downgrade my display settings, so I guess I can't do 1080p with this test. I actually have to do it with the 720, which I generally do with the 720. It's usually what you do. So 720. Okay. Do it. Where's it got to be? Oh, 1280 by 720. Duh. Set full screen. What? I know you should be able to do this test with this. I'll restart. Hey, how's it going there, Remy? Welcome to the stream. I just fixed up a GTX 770 that I got today. I had to do some soldering work to get it working, but got it working. I know you can't see it. I don't have a video capture card yet. Hopefully here in the future I'll have the money for it. I've been getting a lot of donators lately, so I've got some thermal paste for the competition that's coming up. Again, thank you, Professor. You helped out a lot for that one. All right, we're benchmarking. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's definitely not a whole lot of frames. Maximum of, well, it's not terrible, to be honest. It's not terrible. Wow. 600. This is 3D Mark 2001 SE, so it's 3D Mark 2001 second edition. It's a 22-year-old benchmark. This is a old graphics card from when did this graphics card come out? It's old. GTX 770. So the GTX 770 base core clock is 1045. Its boost clock is 1085. Its memory effective speed is 7010 megahertz. It has 2 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, and it's on the Kepler architect. And it does run DirectX 12. You can do 1080p, 60 frames with it as well. Hey, how's it going there, Robert? Doing pretty good. Just did some soldering work. You can ask the chat there, especially Hart. He's chatting away there. He said if I couldn't get it working, he was gonna unsubscribe. By the way, he's been like a subscriber since I started this channel. So he can't unsubscribe. So tell him he can never unsubscribe because I got it working. I just had to solder up a MOSFET and an SMD that's on the GPU. I did some multimeter work at the beginning of the stream after I found out that it wasn't working, so we got it working. And now I'm just running 3D Mark 2001 SE, so 3D Mark 2001 second edition. It is a 22-year-old benchmark. That's right, you cry. That's right, you cry. I bet the GTX 770 was crying because it wasn't made into a 770 Ti. It is an EVGA model too. It's the EVGA SC, so super clocked. I do have a lot of videos out there, so if you'd like to learn about computer hardware and all that, I do old hardware, new hardware, CPUs, RAM, motherboards, and GPUs. Oh yeah. I do DDR3 RAM overclocking, DDR4, and when I say thousands of hours of DDR5 RAM overclocking, I mean thousands upon thousands of hours. I've worked with a lot of Intel CPUs. I have worked with a few AMD graphics cards, but mostly NVIDIA. If you like Discord, we have a Discord channel. You can go to that. I do have a donate as well. So if you want to be a subscriber and just chat away, and if you like my stuff, you can donate. I do have donators of the channel that has helped me get some thermal paste. So they help buy me some thermal paste and all that. So that way I can do the competition and don't have to worry about spending the money on the thermal paste because I will be going through a lot. So like I have gaming laptop when I play, my memory runs for like 5-6 hours, and is that for laptop? Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's fine if your memory's if you're gaming that long in your laptop, but just make sure your laptop stays cool. Most of the time with laptops they overheat, so as long as you have a laptop cooler or keep it on a nice flat hard surface, you're good to go. If you don't have a flat hard surface, get a laptop cooler and keep it nice and cool. I saw a lot of different cards. Those EVG cards are pretty solid. They are, yeah. I mean, you saw I just soldered the MOSFET back on and that one SMD back on because they were pushed over and there's no solder on them. So, and you saw too the multimeter there. It wasn't working, and I got it working. So that's awesome. It's not the first graphics card I had to do that with, or first mother. Yeah, I've done a lot of motherboards to be honest, but I normally do hard limit mods or hard mods for no power limit on EVGA cards. 1070 is a good one that I did. I do have 2 videos already out if you want to watch that. They are much better than this stream, by the way. Yeah, not a problem, Robert. Yeah, if anyone would like to subscribe, or if you just want to like the video, that's cool too. Chatting away also helps me out, so if you just want to chat away, ask more questions, or talk to everybody in the chat, that's also cool. Yeah, laptops though, they just generally they get too hot. Most times in laptops, if they have hard drives, those are the first failures. Especially a Toshiba hard drive. Toshiba hard drives are very, very um, crappy. Let's just say that they are very prone to dying quickly. Toshiba hard drives. Sorry, I'm just staring at the screen here. I'm in awe that this graphics card's working. Everything's looking pretty good. I'm quite happy. I already want to hard mod it and put it on water. I kind of want to put a water block on it. It's just a CPU water block that I have, but it works for it. I just drilled out the holes on the side of the water block, and it fits for these EVGA cards very well. Maybe I'll even lap this die. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And then memory. I don't know how hot the memory's getting, so I'll have to do some tests. I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight or not, but I usually do tests to see how hot the memory gets. If the memory gets hot, then I'll like copper mod them. So I'll take off all the thermal padding on it and then copper mod it instead. Then I'll try to think of a way I can make a back plate for it out of metal of some sort, maybe aluminum, make my own. Back plates do help. But yeah, it's seems to be rock solid. Everything seems to be working just fine. So I'm quite happy about that. Quite happy about that. Oh yeah. It's only 12:30. Wow. Uh 40,778 points. So not that great, but it is all old hardware. The CPU is not overclocked at all. The CPU is an X5650 at about 2.93 gigahertz. But I don't care about this now. What I care about is what the temperature is. I only care about the temperature now. Why do I look so dark in the stream right now? I don't get that. Yeah, the GPU gets warm, eh? Okay. So I'm gonna do some Benchmate GPU Pi just to see what it's saying here. Now, do we have memory temperature on this? Nope. Cannot see actually the memory temperature of the GPU. Kind of makes sense though, it is older hardware. Generally the older hardware does not have that in place. But just do the stressful 3.3. Wouldn't be both OpenCL CUDA. Boom. Okay. Let's see what we're looking like. Did not like that. So we'll lower this to 1M, 64, opens CUDA. Okay. Temperature's looking actually not bad. 43, 44C. Not bad. The temperature's not bad. I'm actually quite happy. At the end of the 3D Mark 2001 second edition, though, it got up to 66C. during this GPU Pi 3.2, and I have it set to batch size 1 million, reduction size is 64, just to make sure it's stable. I don't know what this really works at. I tried it at a higher batch file size, but it crashed, so probably doesn't like it. 50. Oh, it even goes down in temperature. So 51, it went 52, then 51 during the ending of the test. That's good. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So we did 1 minute and 3 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds. Cool. Cool. All right. All right. I'm happy. I am very happy about that now. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it over back to my main PC here so that way I can see everything too. I can see everything here. Whew. Okay, now what I gotta do is I gotta search up in the hardware bot. Just give me 1 second, I'll make sure you guys can see it too. Of course. Of course I will. You know I will. That's why. Boom! You can actually see stuff now. Okay. Now we're gonna need to add in a window capture. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that first. Oh, whoops. No, we're not. We're gonna do this. Boom. Log in. Log in. Continue. Okay. Why does it just keeps opening up pages? Log in. Close. Okay. Okay. There's something wrong with hardware bot right now. Let's go to my profile. It just keeps opening a new page. Keeps opening a new page. I don't get why. Give me 1 second. I gotta figure something out here. I wonder if that Oh, that's why. I'm hitting key. I'm hitting a key on the second keyboard. That could be why. Window capture needs to go there. We need to figure out which, there we go. Okay. And then we need to do because that's the best I could do with that window capture. It's kind of odd. Let's do a tiny 2. Wee. We'll make myself into bobblehead me. Just give me 1 second. If anyone has any questions, let me know. I know it is getting late, but I had some coffee, so I'll probably be up for a bit. Go downloads. We got bobblehead me now. Yay. There we go. It's over here. That's not bad, eh? That's not bad. So now we gotta search up GTX 770. And now we gotta figure out some scores. Oh, that's right. I gotta plug the keyboard in. We're there. Alright. Right? Yeah, we're there. So now we gotta do GTX. Let's go. Search. Oh, GTX. Now, what I just did was 3D Mark HE. But their scores are really high because they're on probably like a 13 or 14. Yeah, that's why. It's 6.8 gigahertz. So I have to run with my 12600K at least. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, if I get my 12600. No, not even with 12600. Liquid nitrogen, eh? To get top 20, they're using liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen. Of course they're using liquid nitrogen and all that, eh? Let's see what they got on this one. Oh, 4770K at 5.2. I got my 3770K up about 5.2. So, but they're on water too. Let's see what they got for picture. Ooh, not bad. It's kind of what mine will look like. Not with all this little extra. I really don't need it. No, that's okay. Okay, I see what we gotta be doing though. What we gotta do to get those kind of scores. Fire Strike, like they're all gonna be using more or less for these top scores. The 14900 KF, dry ice 6.6. So I don't have that. I broke my 13900 KF with a direct die, so won't be doing that. Look at all that Vaseline. And look at that power board. What a zombie board that is. That is awesome. Wait, is that a zombie board? Yeah, it's a zombie board. That is a sweet looking zombie board. Who is this? Salty Croissant. I should have known. I should have known it was salty. What? Oh, it's so... That zombie board is awesome. I should get myself one of these as well. It's just so that way you can add in 3-pin, or you can even get 3 8-pins. This is a 3 6-pin, and then you can put more power to it. And it's just a lot of solder. It's called a zombie board basically, and you can put this on to basically any board like these older ones too, and then you just put on like a big sheet of whatever basically. Some people use aluminum, some people use copper. You just solder it onto this power plane here, power onto this one here, so that way the power goes to that. And then on the back side, that I showed before here, you just gotta connect it to the actual like the ground and the actual power to it. And then does you have voltage mod? I want to. Can't really even look at it. Is that where the voltage mod goes to? No, that's just a reader. That just goes to an actual reader, so that way you can have an actual reader for it, which will be off to the side, so we can't really see much from that. That's okay though. Can't give away your secrets all the time, right? But what is he doing for? So he has DDR5 Samsung. Is DDR5 Samsung better? I would say yes. I would say DDR5 Samsung is better. So let's see what I got. I hope I got GDDR5 Samsung. Oh yeah, GDDR5 Samsung. You won't be able to see that now, will you? And it's just a black screen, so give me 1 second. I got... Of course I'm gonna be reading my 3070 Ti. I'm on my main rig. Duh. I have to check here in a second to see if I have GDDR5 Samsung on this GTX 770. Salty. That is that just looks awesome. That zombie board just looks awesome. It looks complicated. It's not. It's not complicated. It just looks it. And the amount of Vaseline all over this board, due to the fact he's using dry ice and liquid nitrogen on the 770. That's look at all that Vaseline. Just lube it up and you'll be good to go. Let's see what we got going on for. Nah, I like times by. GPU is gonna be about 3090 for the score, and that's gonna be a liquid nitrogen air stock. Really? So not a lot of people. So 61 load, 1424 megahertz on the core. $22.28 for the memory. 22.28 times that by 4, but that times that by 4 will give us close to close to 9,000. Really? Really? Close to 9,000? Really? No way. Memory 22.28, yeah. For the memory, 20. That's pretty good actually for the memory. Cool. All right. And he has Hynix. Okay. It's good to look over some of the tests that people else have, especially if you have air and that. See where you're at. As you can see, these guys are on air and they're fairly close to this guy on single stage. So this guy on single stage, phase change by the way. See what memory he has. He has GDDR5 Samsung. So maybe the Samsung cards are better for the low temperature. So we'll check the guy that's lower, True Monkey, with his single stage. Hynix. He has Hynix. So maybe it does not matter about the memory. Some people have Micron, some people have Hynix, some people have Samsung. And liquid nitrogen here is liquid nitrogen guy here has Hynix, so I guess it doesn't really matter about the memory brand. Some like nowadays memory brand means everything on what you can do. Like everything. Oh, you're still here? Nice, Joe. Just working away. What are you working away on, Joe? And don't get in trouble, man. What do you mean that coder cheating? What? 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 Sturban, I have no clue what you're talking about. Like code or cheating? What do you mean like code or cheating? I never said any of that. I said that's my YouTube channel. Just go to my YouTube channel and help me out, old buddy. Same with you, Chevy. And again, thank you, Epic. Just talking to some people that were here before. Holy, oh, okay, you guys are all here. You guys are all here before. Holy, awesome. Thank you for joining the Discord, everybody. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. I'll say that again. Awesome. Hopefully, you guys subscribe to my YouTube channel too. If anyone's just joining into the stream here, I bought a GTX 770 today for very cheap, an EVGA GTX 770. And when I started the stream, I thought maybe it worked, but it did not work. So I tested it first, put it in the PC, tested it, did not work. So I took it apart and I used a multimeter on it. Found out a MOSFET and an SMD were not reading, and they were not really connected properly, so they weren't really reading correctly either. So I resoldered them back on, put it all back together, and we got it working. So it's been a long stream for that, but I mean, got it working, and I did a test. Everything's working good. So I'm a happy camper. And Dave here saying 11 degrees, 54% humidity is happy as well. Look at us being happy. So I don't know. I kind of want to do some more testing on this card already. Like I want to do more, but right now, like I said, I like to look at certain tests on cards and that. Especially I've never worked with this card before. If anyone knows anything about these cards, this card boosts to 1045 megahertz. Not boost. It's base clock speed 1045 megahertz. It boosts up to 1085 megahertz. Its memory effective speed is 7010 megahertz. It uses GDDR5 memory, and it's 2 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, and it's on the Kepler architect. So these are before Maxwell. Maxwell was the 900 series. So just to give you a little bit of information about that. But I collect GPUs, I do overclocking, and I'm currently getting ready for competition. So, yeah. Solar Bay, anything but those. GPU, one video card, so my 3070 Ti I'll be using. 3D Mark 2001 SE, only use AMD processors. I wanted to buy, so there's a AM3 Plus motherboard for sale too. I messaged the person up. This was like just before the stream. I messaged the person up, and no, it's not for sale. It's someone already bought it. It was an AM3, pretty good overclocking board for AM3 Plus for the FX bulldozers. If anyone knows what the FX bulldozer is, I have an 8150. They're really good for overclocking on single core. Like we're talking over 6 gigahertz. They're not good. They're not good CPUs. But at least it would give me an AMD CPU, and the motherboard was selling for only $15. So for me, I would have really liked that, especially for the competition. I probably won't be able to do 3D Mark 2001 SE then because I don't have any AMD CPUs. So that kind of sucks. Yes, you do. Not sure where to put it. And put what? Put where? Where are you putting it? Only makes submission with a NVIDIA graphics card. Only makes submission with an NVIDIA graphics card. Use only one video cord to total. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. That's pretty simple. I'll use my 3070 Ti then for Steel Nomad Vulcan. And my 3070 Ti for Steel Mad Vulcan is at what? Steel Mad. Oh, I haven't done it. I've done the test. I've already done these tests. Steel Mad DX12 and Steel Nomad Vulcan. I've done both tests with the 3070 Ti. I just haven't posted it. My 3070 Ti has multiple records, so Solar Bay, Speedway, and GPU Pi 1B. I have 3 records. I did have more, but they were just beaten. Like the Port Royal, I had the Port Royal record as well, and I also had the Firestrike Extreme record as well. But people just recently, not too like a month or so ago, just beat it. So it is what it is. It's all part of the competition. So, well, not really this competition, but it's all someone's gonna beat your score, of course, and I'm gonna try to beat their scores. I'm gonna try to beat my old scores. So that's what we gotta do. Oh, yeah, AM3 Plus. Yeah, you have to have a fairly good AM3 Plus to be running the FX bulldozers like the 8150 to overclock it to way past 6 GHz. Like we're talking, we get up to 7 GHz probably, um, on probably dry ice or liquid nitrogen with my water cooling setup and here in Canada, since I have a good water cooling setup and will be going probably -20 or so with the water. I probably can get up over 6 GHz no problem if I had an AM3 Plus board, but I don't. And I'm not buying new because they're just too expensive. And eBay right now, too expensive. So I don't know if I'll be doing that test either, but that's okay. We can always do it next year. But I'm going to try to do as many tests as I can, basically. What I'm going to do is... boom! And I'll be right back. Like, give me like 1 minute here. Ooh. But again, I'm very happy I got that working. Very happy. I'm back. Gotta get some water. Hey, how's it going? He's got a GTX 470. Nice. Nice. I would love to get a GTX 470. Never worked with it either. And this graphics card is an EVGA GTX 770 that I just got working. Kidding? What do you mean kidding? I mean, I would like to work with a lot of older hardware. I have a lot of older hardware, just I would like more, of course. And newer. And just more. What do you actually run on your system there? I don't know how to pronounce that. Zyre? Cool. I don't know how to pronounce that. It would be cool. I'm going to make my Duo R3600, 1660 Super. My PC is a 5600X. That is good. Yeah, that's a good little system. That is a good little system. Yeah, just if you haven't looked at, oh yeah, I am here. I try not to do certain things on the channel, and I had to go to the washroom. So I'll be turning the camera back on here in a second. But I am here. I only use it for gaming and browsing the internet. Yeah, good enough. My daily system right now is a 12600K and a 3070 Ti with Hynix M-Die 48 gigabytes of RAM. It's all on a Z690 ORS master on a custom water loop. And the system that I'm testing right now, the GTX 770 that I got and just soldered up to fix, is a X5650 with a Asus P6 58D-E for the motherboard, all on a custom water loop as well. Yeah, trying to get some things ready for the hardware bot competition that's going to be starting up here. So I guess I could show a little bit of that while I am like this. So competition. Here's the competition. It's the Country Cup 2024 if you don't know about it. That's what we're working on. It's going to be starting here in 6 days, 7 hours, and 4 minutes. And yeah, I'm hoping I can place some scores into it so that way we can help out Canada for the Country Cup. I was going to upgrade my Duo. It's really good and 60 frames per second. You can play 240, so to get onto that at least 180 frames per second, going to tweak it completely. I tweaked mine today and it's so smooth. Yeah, probably. And it probably stays fairly cool because it's a Duo, right? Oh, you Duo is your friend. Gotcha. You should tell him about my channel and hopefully he'll come to my channel and subscribe and like the videos. It's all up to you though. Alright, turn my camera back on here. We're back. Alright. About 10 months. Yeah, I've been doing this for a lot longer than 10 months. I probably have 10 months of just overclocking DDR5. Like sitting down every single day, every night, overclocking DDR5 RAM. Multiple kits of RAM. So far, the best I've found is Hynix M-Die to overclock on. I just need a better CPU again. I used to have a 12600K and a 13900KF, but I used a direct die and broke them. So I don't have them, and I'm using a 12600K, but it overclocks very well and it overclocks with RAM very well as well. Hey, it doesn't matter how old you are as long as you're learning. Hey, if you want to learn. It's awesome. My channel here has like 178 videos now, a whole bunch of streams, a lot of videos that are pretty in depth on a lot of things, and some streams here are pretty fun, as some people would say. So if you want to go through some stuff or tell your friend about it too, maybe tell some more people about it. My channel could always use some more people to go through and watch some videos, as I do need the hours. Like hours watched from people. But yeah, this is the competition that we're in. If you want to get into overclocking, use hardwarebot.org. And you're going to want to download. Let's see if we can find Benchmade on here. That's up to you, man. If you want to do that, that's awesome. Thank you. If you want to do that, yes. We also have a Discord link. So if you click onto more information, you'll see a Discord link. So if you have Discord, we also have Discord with a whole bunch of channels. Also tomorrow, And if you go in, talk to Frosty. He's my moderator. He's around your age as well, but he's set up the Discord like an absolute professional. So if you want to talk to him, he knows a lot about Discord as well, and he's awesome. Awesome. Thank you for joining so fast, man. I just got a notification you joined, so welcome to the Discord channel. Frosty is currently not on, but tomorrow, or I guess today, the 26th, tonight is gonna be playing Spider-Man on. He's gonna be playing Spider-Man on something though, like the original Spider-Man for a movie. So if you want to join that, that'll be around 9 Central. So thank you very much. And again, don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. That also helps my channel a lot. Can we do find benchmate? I guess we just do that, and then click download, and then you wanna download benchmate, and you can run tests on benchmate once you start learning a bit more about overclocking, of course. Some tests are very stressful on your system, like Y Cruncher, and SimBench can be pretty stressful too. But if you go through my channel and you want to learn stuff, there's a whole bunch to learn on my channel about overclocking. And I hope you like learn something really and enjoy the videos. Some videos aren't as good as others, as some people would say. So, but I try to put as much knowledge into as possible. Oh, okay, so the most expensive piece I've held would be my 3070 Ti. At the time, they were selling for about $1,700 Canadian, and my 3070 Ti beats 6800 XTs and 6900 XTs that are on liquid nitrogen, and my 3070 Ti is on air. So I've modded it quite a bit, and it's worth quite a bit. Also, I have a whole bunch of older Intel Xeons. My Intel Xeons are back in the day are worth $1,500 a piece, and I have quite a few of them. They're not worth that much now. Also, I am doing a giveaway for an Intel Xeon X5570. It's a 4-core, 8-thread CPU. For anybody that wants to do it, you just gotta be a subscriber. And then after the 10th day of the giveaway, I'll be going through all my subscribers and the people that actually send messages in the chat. And all you have to do is send a message in the chat. If you're in Canada, I'll be sending it completely free to you. If you're outside of Canada, there will be a $15 charge because of shipping right now. Right now is absolutely insane if I ship outside of Canada. It'll only help me pay for the shipping. It doesn't, like, I don't make money. It only helps me pay for the shipping a little bit. But if, depending on the person that could not maybe afford even the $15 for shipping, I'll see what I can do. Videos evolve. Yeah, thanks, Hart. Hart has been a subscriber for a very long time on my channel, and he's basically here every stream, and he checks out basically all my videos. So he's been a real big supporter for my channel. And actually, there's a bunch of subscribers that are have been from way back and have been supporting me ever since. So again, thank you guys for doing that. I live in Vegas, so I more than likely will not win. No, man, you never know. You never know. You never know. I build and take apart PCs a lot. If you go through all my videos, I take apart graphics cards. I have one stream that's about over 5 hours long that I take apart basically all of my graphics cards and rethermal paste them. I also have videos of me taking apart graphics cards. They're quite long and fairly thorough as well about the graphics cards. I completely take them all apart, clean them up, rethermal paste them as well. I build tons of systems. I build DAS, NAS, custom water loops. I have multiple custom water loop builds. I have my own dual CPU server that I also show. There's a lot. I have 178 videos now, a lot of streams. You'll see that I have a bunch of like Counter-Strike 2. I used to play Counter-Strike 2, and I played some Apex Legends, but Counter-Strike 2 I played and was top 1000 and too many hackers, so I quit and dedicate all my time to my channel now, overclocking PCs. I do, like I said, old hardware, new hardware. I'm trying to get more into AMD and Ryzen, but it's quite expensive, and yeah, so things take time. Things take time. No, I would like to. I would like to, or maybe sell my own thermal paste. I make my own thermal paste too. That uses like diamond dust and stuff in it, like really high end thermal paste. I would like to do that someday, but it's gotta get the customer base. Shipping again is very expensive, so it's like being able to sell it at a decent price where people are gonna buy it, and it's a lot. So there's a lot to do for that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would love to do that stuff. It's just it's not easy to do, and I don't have that kind of money to get that all started. That's all. But thank you. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of knowledge in computer hardware. Old, new, doesn't really matter. If I even own it, I'll search it up. I know I go into the leaks of CPUs and other things. If you ever heard about the Intel degrading and all that, I have videos from way back saying it's also the motherboard manufacturers while everyone was blaming Intel. And now Intel found out motherboard manufacturers were actually abusing their privileges of the K variant CPUs, the high end ones like 13900Ks and 14900Ks. And now it's come to light that the motherboard manufacturers were the issue, or a big portion of the issue. So I was right all along about that, which is really good for me, but also sucks for motherboard manufacturers. Yep. Um, I yeah, I talk about a lot in a lot of my streams for that because there's a bunch of videos I have out that are starting to take off because it's the truth. It's what I came out with a long time ago while everyone was saying I don't know what I'm talking about. And came out about a week ago that Intel found out about the motherboard manufacturers because Intel is more worried about their more like data centers and that 18A 18A was a big investing platform for Intel for CPUs that they had to give away for TCSM, I believe it's called. That's the other CPU company as well, but they had to give away the 18A basically to them. And in 2025, they're going to be doing the 20A, and hopefully the investors and Intel actually does the 20A as it'll help them out. Intel also owns the majority of the CPU market, 78% roughly of the CPU market. So they're bigger than AMD. AMD maybe has 8 to 9% of the CPU market, and then all the smaller brands and that are another portion of it. There's a lot of things that go into it. If you have any questions, just let me know. It's great. It's great to know that you're trying to get into it. I do know a thing or two about a thing or two, and I try to be as truthful as possible and let you know as much as I know. I'm not gonna be like other people and say this brand's better than this brand. I'll let you know what I know and what I've researched, and I won't go off of what other content creators have said. I actually go on motherboard manufacturers pages, search up every single motherboard, read up about it, voltages, RAMs, and all that. Same thing with CPUs. Even though I don't know, but I don't own a whole lot of AMD stuff, I'll read up about it because maybe I will get one day. Even if I don't get it, I can talk to everybody about it. Do you think Intel's GPUs are any good or need a few more years? They were good to begin with, and they told everybody. They told everybody with their GPUs that if you buy this now, it will help out Intel, and it did. The people that actually bought it, I wish I had the money for it because I would have bought the A770. I believe it's called the A770 Special Edition right from Intel. I would have bought that one, And what they said was down the line they're gonna be updating the drivers, and with one of the drivers you got like something like a 50 to 60% increase in performance from an update. That's crazy. That's in NVIDIA would never have something like that. AMD would never have something like that. But Intel literally made it so you got like double the performance from a update, a driver's update. That's crazy. Um, Down the line they could be even better. Yeah, of course, of course. They're pretty good now though. They're pretty good now. If you can find them for a good price, they are pretty good. So if you don't, if yeah, again, you're probably new to my channel. I do hardcore overclocking in that. So like, I'm gonna be getting into liquid nitrogen here soon. It's just very expensive for certain things for it. Liquid nitrogen's not expensive itself, but everything else that goes towards it is. For Canada, I am 5th in Canada. For overall in Canada, I'm 5th, and for my division, I'm 1st place. And I have multiple records, so right here. I have 6 records, 8 silvers, 14 thirds, and 24 top 5s. I'm back. My stream crashed for a moment, but yeah, 50%. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, the update. They even said like it's not going to be that great right now, but we're trying to, because you have to send out to people. They gotta make money so that way they can pay more people to do codes and all that kind of stuff. That's what it really is for updates and that. They gotta go through all the everything that it goes into motherboards, RAM, and all that. Everything has to talk to everything on a motherboard. So games and all that too. Like games are always updating. They always have to have that updated as well. But with that update that they did, I think it was six months ago, maybe no, not even 6 months ago. 4 months ago, maybe it was. With that update, completely crushed it. They completely crushed it. It was awesome. And I wish I owned an Intel GPU just so I can see that kind of performance. I am going to be making a video here soon. It's just takes time, takes a long time to make videos, by the way. I'm going to be making a video about older CPUs and like first, it's not CPU, it's an MPU, it's called monolithic processor. So it's different than CPU, computer. Like the CPUs that we have now. So I'll be going over all about CPUs and like the first CPU coming out in the 50s, and then the ones that came out in the 70s were more available to more people and stuff like that, and then how they're made, what they could be made of in the future, because their silicon is going to be at a hard limit here soon, so they've been trying to figure out different ways to make CPU dies and stuff like that. So I'll be making a huge video about that. Hopefully here soon, but since the competition's gonna be starting, like I said, here in 6 days, my mind's more or less gonna be up into this country cup, as that is what I'm gonna be focusing on. And I'm not probably gonna be talking to the chat as much as some people might like, but I'm hoping they like the content, because I'm gonna show more or less. If I can get a capture card too, it would really be helpful. I can make things look a lot better if I got a capture card. Just they're expensive, that's all. And I like hardware, so I'd rather spend my money on the hardware than get a capture card, basically. But yeah, I'm gonna be more or less paying attention to the competition in that and not the chat, but I will try to do my best with it. My first and only PC right now has a 500 watt PSU. Do you think it will blow up if I OC, or if I even OC the 57 X 30 to 12 520? No, it won't. 500 watt will be fine. The 3060, what, maybe hits 160 watts. Your CPU is a 5600X. It's what, a 65 watt CPU overclocking it, you might get around 120 to 150 watts on it. Your NVMe's and all that don't use much either. NVMe's use what, maybe a couple watts. So it's not much. Your DDR4 might use a couple watts. It's not much. So 500 watts just fine. What kind of 500 watt PSU though? Do you know the brand and the make? Right now in my X5650, which is a 110, generally 110 watt CPU on stock, and we'll go up from there. What I have in this system is only a 650 watt, and the GTX. I need some water. I need some water. The GTX 770 I have in here has a TDP of 230 watts. And like I said, that's plenty. This 650 watt is plenty. The bronze plus, maybe gold. If it's a gold rated, that's just efficiency really. So that won't really tell you like how good of a make it is. I need to know the actual brand of the power supply. Is it Corsair, EVGA? If it's EVGA, then it's definitely a good power supply. If it's Corsair, it's good as well. But I generally like my EVGA stuff, as I have a lot of EVGA graphics cards and power supplies, and want more, of course. Not power supplies, but hardware. If you can check, if you have like a name brand PSU, then 500 watts would be just fine for your system to overclock on, especially your 5600X and a 3060 12 gig. Do this. Yeah, it's gonna be a black screen for a second. 3060 12G TDP. I know it's not much. Was that right? 170 watt. What do you know? I said 160. I was pretty close. So you might go to 200 watts overclocking it. And the suggested PSU is 450 watts, by the way, for that. So that's adding in CPUs and that. So 5600X, like I said, maybe 65 watt TDP. The 65 watt. Okay, so again, I do know a thing or two about a thing or two, so hope that shows a bit how much knowledge I got, because I was pretty much bang on. I have a 501 EVGA I bought 10 years ago. It still works fine. It's a bench press P. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, EVGA is great. Your Ethernet may disconnect. Happens. I'm on Wi-Fi, by the way, so let's see how well my Wi-Fi. I had some issues with my streams before. I've been streaming for over 3.5 hours, and I've dropped only 481 frames. So, if the stream looks has been looking better, guys, I fixed the issue then, and that's good. Yeah, if anyone is new to the stream or has been to my streams or subscriber for a while, don't forget to share my videos or my live streams as well. Sharing them around actually helps quite a bit as well. Yeah, so that one video I put out about the Intel degrading and about the motherboards and all that, it's the one with the J's 2 cents, the picture of the J's 2 cents and the bobblehead me. Literally, I've gotten more hours from that video than any other video, and it's literally only been up for a couple days now. And like, we're talking over 200 hours on that watch time, and that's insane, to be honest. Only a couple days, and we have that many hours on it. So, to anyone that has watched that video, thank you. You're part of the helpfulness on that one. Apparently my name's being shown around a lot more from other streamers, ending of their streams that's showing either my streams or my videos, which is awesome. I am very surprised. I must have forgot or somehow read it wrong. It's a smart. I hope so, Joe. I hope so. And you've told me a few times now. This channel is definitely gonna take off. It's this week alone has been absolutely insane. So I thank you all for watching my videos and my streams. I've been streaming, not really making videos. Making videos is not easy, by the way. It takes a long time, and then uploading it, because I do everything in 4K now, takes a long time. We're taking like 4 to 6 hours to upload one video, and it is what it is for that. But these streams, I mean, absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone. Is it climbing? How many subs do I got now? 792. How many subs have I got? That I was at 787. Woohoo! That's 5 subs on this stream. Let's go. Let's go. I'm happy about that. Maybe people like the EVGA GTX 770 being fixed up. That did take quite a while, but I'm glad I got it fixed up. I'm really happy about that. If you're trying to get into soldering, I do have soldering videos out there, a little bit of tips and tricks and stuff like that. I am not like Louis Rosman though at all. I'm not a professional. Or if you ever watched Northwest Repair, he's also very, very talented at soldering. Yeah, Joe, again, thank you. You're generally in my streams too. It's awesome. I haven't seen Dan though. I haven't seen Dan. I don't know if he's watching and not saying anything, but I haven't seen Dan in a while. He's a good guy as well. Hart, I'm not sure if you're still here. You said you were working, so hopefully you're hard at work. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of hours this week from watch time, and that's what I need. I need the watch time hours to get monetized. I'm over 1/3 of the way there now, like over 1/3 of the way there, so I'm very happy about that. If anybody has questions, please let me know. If you're new to the stream, please let me know. It's always nice to have someone new to the stream that asks questions and maybe wants to learn something. But like I said, competition, 6 days, 6 hours, and 38 minutes now. I'm going to be more or less hard at work with the memory. Y Cruncher 2.5B stable. We got to use DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5 SD RAM memory. I'll probably be doing DDR3 and DDR5. DDR4, I don't have the CPU or motherboard anymore, as I sold that to someone that needed it. So I sold that a while ago. I do still have my DDR4 RAM. It's Samsung B-Die. If you're wondering about the best RAM kits for DDR4, it's Samsung B-Die. Yeah, things have been taken off. It's awesome. I'm not sure if someone's actually trying to help me out or whatnot on that, but I mean, absolutely insane. And then actually getting donations here too to help out the channel. And awesome, absolutely insane. You said you got a smart 600 watt PSU. That's, give me 1 second. The smart 600 watt is. Just give me 1 second for the smart 600 watt. 600 watts is plenty, by the way. 600 watts is plenty for your setup. It's Thermaltake. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it's the name brand. I was just want to make sure it was Thermaltake for I said anything really. But yeah, it is the Thermaltake 600 watt smart, which is good. You're definitely good to overclock your system. Just also you gotta let me know what you have for PC components, and maybe in the Discord there, you can go into. Give me 1 second here. Again, Frosty set up a lot of things and made things very, very nice. So if you want to do overclocking, you want to go to computer hardware overclocking. And what I want you to do is put in your PC specs, like your CPU, your motherboard, and if you know your RAM, like what brand it is, All right, let me know what it is. Like if it, even if it's like DDR4, DDR5, let me know your the GPU brand as well will help me out too. So that way I can give you um, either voltages for the CPU, so that way it's safe for what you have. Let me know the cooling, if you're on water or air. If you're on air, let me know what kind of air cooler you're on. Like you gotta let me know more about your PC as well. So that way I can give you some really safe voltages. And on my channel, there's rules to read, and one of the rules is no one's allowed to really say much about overclocking except for the actual me, or if the people actually do know something, they have to be knowledgeable enough to not give any harmful information on your PC components, basically. Yep, that channel. A good thing I was looking at it. Yeah, that channel, and just give me your CPU, motherboard, if you know your RAM, so you can just go into. Give me 1 second, I can help you out here. I like helping people out, so we'll help you out. We'll minimize that. We'll do display capture. So what you want to do is what's a good one for you? Do you know how to just search up your hardware basically? I mean, you can go Control Alt Delete, Task Manager, Performance, and you can click on your CPU. It'll let me know your CPU running. Then you click on your memory. Let me know how much memory you're running. I don't care about your disk. I don't care about your Wi-Fi. GPU, don't care about your integrated. I care about your dedicated. You can tell me what the GPU, and it'll let you know your brand. Not brand, but your GPU. For more in-depth stuff, I would suggest downloading Benchmate. Hopefully you can see my screen very well. You can download Benchmate here. And this is a platform you're going to want for hardwarebot.org. Also, you can make a profile on hardwarebot.org and you can join my team. It's called Cold Canadians. It should be open. You should be able to just make a profile and then join my team. It's for it's for Canadians, but it doesn't matter where you live. Okay, it does not matter where you live around the world. You could still join my team. You could still help my team. But Benchmate, you want to download Benchmate, and that has all your tests, but it also has your CPU Z and your GPU Z. It also has hardware info, so it's also good. But CPU Z and GPU Z will give me a lot of information about your GPU, and CPU Z will give me a lot of information about your actual PC, not just your CPU, but your main board, your memory, your NSPD. Let me know a little bit about your graphics, maybe. But yeah, more or less your CPU, the voltages it's running at, your main board. It'll let me know everything about your main board, basically. Your memory, same thing, what it's running at and all that, which is good to know. And your SPD, so stuff that's made into your memory. It'll let me know like if it's Corsair, if it's DDR5. It'll let you know what slots you're running. So I'm running slot 2 and slot 4, 48 gigabytes. It'll let me know the part number, so that way I can search up the part number to get everything exact. Because I do know a lot about tuning certain kinds of RAMs. DDR3, like so many different kind of chips. I know how to overclock DDR5. I know how to overclock Micron and Hynix M die basically. But if you don't know anything about different kind of dies on RAM, then you might have to go through some videos to learn some things on that. I have lots of videos about that as well. But yeah, that's what you want to do, and you can just take some screenshots and you can post it in there for me to read, like your CPU Z. And what you want to do is open up CPU Z like that, put it on CPU, click on CPU Z again, open another one. This also will help teach you a bit validation too. But yeah, main board, again, another CPU Z. You can just keep opening them. Make sure I have the memory as well, SPD. We don't need the graphics. or anything like that. We just memory SPD. So 4 tabs at least open. Memory SPD. GPU Z is like that. It's good enough for me. We don't need to open up your temperatures and what it's actually running at, but it'll let me know exactly what it is. NVIDIA GeForce 3070 Ti is what I have. GA104 low hash rate, because that's what it is, a low hash rate card. But you can get them to go higher, of course. It's sub vendor is mine is Zotac. Device IDs, it lets me know what if you're going to be running PCIe 16x4 or 16x2, 16x1, but mine's at 16x4. It lets me know what kind of memory type it has. For GDDR6X, you want to have Micron memory. It's the best one to have, especially if you can copper mod it. Since yours is a 3060 12 gig, hopefully yours does have Micron. That'd be awesome. Be easier, so much easier to tune too for you. But yeah, if you open it up and make a screenshot, not this, but make a screenshot like this. Oh, SPD. Boom, like that. If you could just take a screenshot like that. Again, don't have any personal informations, anything like that in the Discord. Just do your screenshot just like that. That'll give me enough information about your system, and I can help you out. It will not be during the stream or anything like that. It'll be more on my free time, and hopefully you can get all this done for the competition, because I'm not going to have much free time. That's all I can say. Oh, I should go back to the chat. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I like to help people out. Don't forget to watch my videos, though. You will learn a lot from it. And plus, you can always just go back if you missed something or whatnot, too. During my live streams, you've noticed I'll just keep talking and talking and talking and not looking at the chat. I'll just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. I'll just start blabbing, basically. But I try to give it as much facts as possible, so that's the main thing. And let's run a little test. Let's do 3 Mark 11 tonight. We'll update it later. That's fine. We'll do everything stock settings. We'll even open up MSI Afterburner. But we're going to do everything on stock. 12600K is on stock, and RAM is also on stock. Looks good. Bench test only. Entry, we're going to be doing extreme. Dude, what is up? What's the best OC you've got on that 12600K? 5.5 gigahertz on the P cores at 1.435 volts, and on the E cores 4.4 gigahertz on the E cores at 1.23 or 1.24 volts. My 12600K that I had before I broke it was 5.7 or 5.8 gigahertz on the P cores, and E cores were something like 4.6. Not that great, because I didn't have much time with it before I broke with the direct die, so that sucks. With my 13900KF that I had, it was 5.9 gigahertz on the P cores at 1.435 volts. Again, I do a lot of manual tuning on stuff, so it was pretty good. 5.9 gigahertz at on P cores, 1.435 roughly volts on it, and the E cores was 4.8. I think it's 4.8-ish gigahertz on the E cores, and like maybe 1.3, maybe 1.285 volts on the E cores. But it was drawing about 600 watts, so quite a bit of wattage. Just on the CPU. Again, I broke that one too with a direct die. So in my preference, Straghart, he's been around my streams a lot. I don't like liquid metal, and I don't like direct dies. Okay, so do not talk to me about direct dies, and do not talk to me about liquid metal. I don't care. My CPU on rate OC is at 4.5 gigahertz, and the base speed is 3. Yeah. Well, no, well, it depends. I do all core overclocking, so all my cores were at 5.9 gigahertz on Ps on the 13900. The 12600K was 5.5 gigahertz on all the P cores and 4.4 gigahertz on all the E cores. like you said in last night's stream, liquid metal is them fighting words. Yeah, I really don't like liquid metal. It's too finicky. Plus, I do a lot of extreme overclocking at very low temperatures. Liquid metal, as soon as you hit 10 degrees Celsius, I'm not sure in Fahrenheit what temperature that is, but as soon as you hit 10 degrees Celsius, liquid metal starts hardening up and can make a bare spot on the CPU die, or CPU on the CPU die. So don't use it, please. Nothing free. You rock Intel AMD, new to your channel. Welcome to the channel. Glad you're here. I rock Intel. I like the best of the best, but I would love to run more AMD. I just don't have the money for it. So I ain't rich, but I like my Intel because I like my Intel. Intel will beat AMD at most things. Most things. I'm not saying all things, but AMD will beat Intel at some things, especially if you have the money for the Threadrippers, right? The Threadrippers are very expensive, though. Bro, is my Ethernet broke? It's running at 500 kilobytes, and I'm not sure. Do you have bandwidth, some sort of bandwidth limit set? If you have a bandwidth limit set, that can do that as well. I don't know. I don't do a whole lot about that. I'm literally on Wi-Fi all the time, and I get more than that. Yeah, I rock Intel. I would love more AMD, of course. Just I'm a hardware enthusiast, so I do hardcore overclocking on everything. I do have AMD, but older AMD stuff. I've ran AMD, but I know a lot about every CPU, basically every GPU, basically every motherboard, basically old, new. I know DDR3, DDR4, DDR5, RAM tunings from primary timing and secondary timings, different RAM kits, different RAM dies, different CPUs. Like I said, Intel from old to new. AMD, I know old to new, but I don't own a whole lot of AMD products because I just haven't invested my money into AMD for extreme overclocking. Of course, I would love to. But I just don't have that kind of money. If you're new to the channel, we have a Discord link. If you have Discord, we have Discord. We can talk more about different kind of whatever you want to talk about, really. If you have more questions, I'll try to talk to you as much as I can. But as you can tell, I'll talk pretty fast about, and our score is not half bad. This is all stock, by the way. I mean, stock. JDEC speeds on the RAM. I've hit 8,000 megahertz. I've hit 8,000 mega transfers per second on my RAM kits on this 12600K. So, and it's Hynix M-Die. If you know anything about RAM, it's Hynix M-Die. So you can tune it at really, really, really tight timings and give you a lot of performance just from tuning it. Nothing's free channel. Yeah, that's a good name. This score, so my score beats a 4K gaming PC apparently, and it's all on stock. But that's an old test, so it's all stock. Again, the RAM, like I said, it's on JDEC 4800. It says megahertz. We're not megahertz. We're mega transfers per second now. Mega transfers. So remember, if I say mega transfers, and you know megahertz, it's mega transfers now. That's what we read stuff as. RAM is now. And I know about the CU memory modules now, the new memory modules for the new 285Ks, and certain motherboards basically. So you have to have like a whole new system to get into the LGA 1851, I believe it is, 1851 for the 285Ks. I would love to get into that system. 24 cores, no hyper-threading now. Sounds good. Just started to get into PCs again. Last PC I owned was a Gateway back when Counter-Strike first came out. Nice, man. Nice. No clue. I don't even use Opera. But yeah, nothing's free. Yeah, if you're just getting back into it, my channel is for you. If you know, if you have Discord again, like I said, Discord, we do have Discord, and we can do a lot more with Discord too. Just need more members as well to go into there and talk about what they want, post up their old hardware, new hardware. If they have any questions, we also have channels for that. We have voice channels. If you go in there, just read the rules, just be respectful basically. And if you don't know anything about overclocking, don't be telling people about, oh, use these voltages to do this and do that. That's my job basically. I'm the one to validate all that stuff. If your post gets taken down after someone, let's say, puts up something about overclocking, and I look over and go, well, that's like terrible and all that, I'll get rid of it because I don't want people to harm their PCs. I want everyone to have what they want basically. So if you're a gamer, I'll make sure I'm tuning your PC to be gaming. If you like to edit, so workstation type PCs and stuff like that, I'll show you how to do that as well. So there's a lot of things with PCs, and it's not always about the extreme OC. For me, it's all about the extreme OC. All my stuff is hardware modded. I solder my stuff. I know how to fix my stuff up. I just fixed up a GTX 770, an EVGA GTX 770. The MOSFET was messed up on it, had to resolder it, and also an SMD, and I got it to work. Do you know how to lower processes? If so, and if you have made a video, if you like to video, you should make a video. Gamer such as myself would love. How to lower processes? What do you mean lower processes? I have 170 videos now. I've probably done most things for people. Just I'm not sure what you mean by lower processes. And if you like the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and don't forget to join the Discord. It all helps the community as well. And again, if you like have certain hardware I haven't actually used myself, I probably do know about. Like I said, I've researched a lot of things. If you know about Intel's degrading CPUs, I know I talked about this a lot, but I talked about way back when everyone was hating Intel, and I was probably the only one out there going, there's something wrong with those motherboard manufacturers, and also the RAM XMPs make things very, really unstable. So it's probably not just Intel. And these motherboard manufacturers like the Asus at 1.6 volts in the BIOS, I mean, that does not make sense. Something's wrong with the motherboards. And what do you know? Last week it came out that motherboard manufacturers were messing up Intel CPUs, but Intel took the blame and is making something that's implemented in all their CPUs from now on. That's literally built into the CPU that came out back in the 4th gens, and now they're implementing another procedure into that. And it's going to make it so motherboard manufacturers can only use performance mode, maximum of performance mode in stock settings. What they were doing was using extreme OC mode in their stock settings, when that's for us enthusiasts that like to extreme overclock, if that's what that third high tier is for, not for stock settings, because that will put you to a 500 amp 1.6 volts standard. And that's why CPUs were blowing up and degrading, because that happens to 1 and 2 cores or all core loads. And I came up with this a lot. Stop talking. Yeah. Remember, you can never unsubscribe because I fixed that GTX 770. You said you would unsubscribe if I couldn't do it, and you've been part of my channel since the beginning. You can never unsubscribe now. In Task Manager, I have 130 and some. What do you mean? In Task Manager, I have 138, and some people get it into 70s or 50s. What do you mean 138? You gotta be more specific on that. If you help me, if you be a little more specific, I can know what you're talking about. Your processes, like like how fast your processor is, or how much processing is being used. 138% doesn't make sense. You can only go up to 100% process utilization. So, but I would need to know more about your PC specs and stuff like that to see how many cores you have and uh, what's your startup. Is when you start up, like if you go in Task Manager, go into your startup. Do you have like a whole bunch of things that turn on when the startup is on? Because disable all those because you don't need that. They'll just slow down your PC. That's one thing. You know when you get open Task Manager and it shows buses to the left? Yeah. Yeah. 138 doesn't make sense though. You gotta have to like take a screenshot and put that in Discord for me. Oh, yeah. So startup. So go to the startup. So go Control Alt Delete. Go to the Task Manager. Go to Startup and disable everything that starts up on the startup. Disable it all. So all the ones that are enabled, disable that. That'll help out for one. It's bloatware. There's a lot of bloatware on CPU or on Windows and all that, and I'll make video about how I set mine up. It's bloatware, and I also strip my windows when I'm doing the extreme OC. So I'll strip windows right down to like what I need basically. Like I'll just delete certain portions of the windows basically, because I don't need those certain portions of the windows. Yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, that's it. But if you go into startup, just disable all the enabled stuff for the startup. That will help your startup speed as well, so that way you're boom right up and going, and then you'll see that your utilization of your CPU is a lot lower as well, and that a lot less processes are actually being ran. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I just talk like this, so you'll start to learn that I'll be like because I just know a thing or two, and I just like to be quick because you can always go back. You can always go back a little bit on the stream and be like, okay, that's what he said, and then I can continue what I do, and that's stream or whatnot, right? There was three and I did them. Okay, there's only three, but there could be three things going, but those three things could have multiple processes running at the same time for each thing. So that will help as well, and also help your speed up. But the processes can also be like what you've downloaded for like apps now we call them. I always call everything software in that, but apps could be your apps or it could be the Windows just having too much bloatware. MS Computer. Dude, four CPU Zs. So the CPU, the main board, the memory, and the SPD. And make sure it's all in a nice row for those CPU Zs. The GPU Z just right under. I just need the whatever pops up first. I don't need the other showing me what speeds it's at and temperatures and that. I don't care about that. We'll care about that later on. Another thing you can download is hardware monitor. That right there is just a nice visual instead of using hardware info. Hardware info does have more information, and some people say it has it reads better, but it reads the same thing as hardware monitor. It reads off the same tin pins. It reads off the same things that are built into your CPU, motherboards, RAM, GPUs, and NVMe's, SSDs, and all that for temperatures. So really doesn't matter if you use hardware monitor or hardware info for that. Hardware info will just let you know more about your PC, but the CPU Z tabs are very less CPU intensive, and hardware info can be very, I don't know, more stressful than CPU Z basically, and GPU Z. So I like to use them. And hardware monitor, it's like, oh, scroll. Look at how nice everything looks. You just scrolled up and down to see everything that you need. So that's why I like hardware monitor. And it all depends on how some people though. Some people hate me because I use hardware monitor, but for especially someone like you, hardware monitor, it's very visually easily. You can visually see everything a lot nicer instead of looking around going, oh, hardware info, where's that, oh, there it is, okay, where's that, oh, it's wait, hold on, we're here. At least hardware monitors like one page, you can just scroll. It just makes things easier for people that don't know much. Alright, now we're gonna get some power. Let's put some power. Core voltage doesn't really do nothing. And the fan speed, we are gonna go 80. And we're gonna wait until the GPU cools down a bit, and we're gonna run it again. I use another program, but I just can't remember what it's called. I don't know. I've always used hardware monitor, to be honest. Always used hardware monitor. It's just so much visually, and I've already done tests with hardware monitor versus hardware info. Hardware info does give you more information about the PC, but for everything that you want to look at for temperatures, what the cores are running at, everything about your PC for temperatures and how it's running is basically the exact same. Within like plus or minus 1%, so it really doesn't matter. Okay, I opened both CPUs twice for each one, and then GPU, is that right? I opened both CPUs twice for each one. I'll just take a screenshot and put it in, and I'll take a look, and give me 1 second. Oh, welcome, past Little. Holy, I'm getting a lot of older people, older people, a lot of older friends that I've played with on games and that, like, way back. We're talking way back joining. That's awesome. Used to use Everest, but there was another one. I actually never heard of Everest, bud. I've actually never heard of Everest. Yeah, make sure you put it into that channel that was there before the screenshot. And then I can take a look. Yeah, say welcome. Yo, holy people. Wave, oh. Wave. Wave. There's so many people. Wave. Boom. All up to date on the Discord. Frosty, where are you? You gently help me on this. There we go. Again, Frosty is the moderator, so if Frosty says something, even I will listen to Frosty, okay? So, like, let's say we're getting too rowdy in the channel and we're not talking about what should be in that channel. He says take it to another channel. Apologize to him. I will, because guess what? Those channels are for that topic. They're made for that topic and should only be for that topic. Yeah, when CPU-Z came out, I stopped using other Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody stopped using other programs, just use CPU-Z. Especially since you can put it into like an extreme OC mode and uses like very, very little CPU like utilization. It's very nice. So I'm gonna do a little something called this. I am here, by the way. It does say back soon, but I am here. I'm here. We're gonna be doing the test. We will be doing this test. And we're gonna run the test. So 17063. So if you got a good memory, you should remember that. 17063. Not too hard to remember. And we're gonna run this test again. All we're doing though is raising the fan speed and the power limit. And yeah, if you're new to the channel, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and that like button. I also have a ton of other videos that have a ton of other facts in it. A lot of things that maybe you could learn from to help out your own PC. And don't forget to share my channel and or share some videos of mine. It will help out my channel greatly, and I will be very appreciative of it. Anyone that's joining, I am here. I just put the camera down for a second because I have a bad habit, and there's some younger folks in here, and I just try not to do what I do on my streams. Because again, it is a bad habit, and I don't think anybody should be doing it. Not even myself, but I do. H? I got an H? Oh, okay. Just gotta give me a second. It's loading. Oh, I meant send that into the Discord. If you put that in the Discord for everybody to see, so that way so people can see that. Because it's not going to give them information about your PC with this stuff. It's just going to show them what you have, and I can let's say new people join, they have kind of the same specs, they go off of what I tell you there, and I don't have to redo it. That's why that channel is there. That's okay. I'll go through it. Let me get a second. So DDR4, JEDEC speeds, 2666. Gigabytes is a good. I like gigabyte boards. They're not bad. B550, 360, and you see how you have that one tab open? You just took a screenshot. Always press OK or exit that out, so that way I can read that actual. Yeah, so that way I actually read the GPU Z, because I need to read what memory you have in it. Depending on what memory is actually on the actual GPU, you can do a lot more with Micron on GDDR6X with Micron. Castling, yeah, everything's on JEDEC basically. JEDEC for the RAM, you got 5600X. It's all on stock by the looks of it. Motherboard version F3Y1. Date came out 01/19/2022. So your BIOS probably could be updated, which would help some things too, maybe. But yeah, I need to see more about the GPU there. If you can open up that GPU tab, take a screenshot, and make sure that one tab that's on top of the GPU saying it took a screenshot, because it will just say, oh, you took a screenshot. Well, no duh. Just get rid of that, so that way I can actually see more information about the GPU. That would help me. But yeah, it looks like everything's all on stock, so you can overclock it no problem. Probably get a lot more performance. Yeah, put it there, and thank you for putting it there. And let's see. So you got Samsung. It's not bad. Samsung's like still good memory, especially for GDDR6. It's not 6X, but it's 6, which is still good. So drivers updated August 14th. Seems like you have to update your driver for GPU. Oh, we gained a whole, what, 90 points there? That's not very many points. Let's see what we got. Okay. Yeah, you can definitely overclock on your PC though. It's all on stock right now. You can overclock and get a lot more performance. A lot more performance. Okay. Now I go back to the chat here. That's good though. I gotta quit smoking the thermal paste. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, no, it's not your bad. It's all good. It happens to us. It happens to me too when I'm validating and I forget to close that tab. And I have to redo the validation. That's what sucks. And I've done thousands of validations. Just happens. It just happens. Yeah, but I'll get back to you on more or less your CPU overclocking. Your GPU is pretty easy. Just slide around the slider, and then more or less you can always get a 50 to 70 on the core, and then on the RAM, because you have Samsung, you could probably only get about 400 on the slider, which will put you to what, maybe 9,400 or something like that on your GDDR6. Fortnite, yeah, so Fortnite's a first-person shooters. First-person shooters for CPU, the higher the frequency is on it, the better. So we'll just overclock your CPU a bit more, and you'll automatically gain more performance, and won't go below your refresh rates on the 0%, 0.1% lows and your 1% lows, because those you'll see in game, and it'll make the game feel weird. Like you'll have like lots of frames, but because AMD has AM dip, it's called AM dip. It has drops. It drops a lot of frames, and you get a lot of lows below your refresh rate monitor, the 1% and the 0.1%. Whereas Intel doesn't really have those. Intel may not have as much frames, or like literally just a couple frames less basically than AMD, but it doesn't have the lows that AMD does. But that's okay. We can definitely overclock your CPU quite a bit. Do you know anything about BIOS? Your BIOS for the motherboard? Okay. Do you know what kind of cooler you have? Do you have an air cooler? Do you know what kind of air cooler it is? I just want to know what kind of TDP we're going to be looking at for the cooler. Yeah, so we didn't gain much. We had 17,064 before. Now we're at 17,134. Ooh. So not much, just for that. But that's because we only raised the power limit, not the core clock. So I'll raise the core clock to... And now we'll do that. And the memory will just go, because I have Micron. I have copper modded Micron, so I can do that. Don't follow these specs if you're looking at this. Do not do this. It'll crash. If you don't have the same kind of specs and modded out GPU as mine, you will crash. And I'm gonna be back to the camera here in 1 second. Yeah. It just laughs. I can go higher. I can go about 200 because I'm streaming right now too, so I'm trying not to crash because I don't want it to crash the stream. But I can go higher. I can go 2,000 on the memory. I can go full slider on my memory, and the core I can go 265 really. But streaming, I'm not sure. I just really don't want to crash the stream. Cooler Master Hyper 212 Halo 120mm CPU. Cooling fan with Gen 2. I don't care about your RGB. Sorry. I just care about the cooler. Hyper Masters, that's a pretty good cooling. Black Edition too. Probably looks pretty good in your PC case. I got it a few months ago. Nice. So the thermal paste is fairly new too, which is good. So we could probably get that 5600X there. Pretty. Yeah, good. Good. Yep. Yeah, repaste is always good. It's good to do at least a few times a year, to be honest, in my opinion. A few times a year, not once a year, like a lot of people say. Looks like we're getting a lot more frames too, because I raised that quite a bit. So 5600X, we could probably get around 4.5 gigahertz on it, all core. That will help a lot. We might even be able to get a little bit more. We'll see, we'll see. But about 4.5 gigahertz, probably no problem. Right around the 1.2 to 1.235 volts would be probably pretty good. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. It's more or less, I'll try to be on the Discord voice channel, and like, you have Discord on your actual phone. That would help. Yeah, sounds good. Good, because when you're in the BIOS, you're gonna be not be able to use Discord on your PC, of course. I would like to go back to the camera, but since the test is going, I'm letting it do its thing. And the test doesn't give you this high as my test can go. I just raised the GPU up a bit. Not even cranked it, just up a bit in my opinion. CPU I can go way higher. RAM I can go way higher. So we got quite a bit more performance just because I raised up the actual GPU there. So we did 18425 instead of the 17134. So quite a bit. And then from stock was 17064. It's good to have a little memory sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Alright, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah. So we can do some overclocking later on about your CPU, and we'll just do your CPU. You don't really have to worry about your GPU overclocking. The CPU overclocking will help you out a lot in Fortnite. The higher the CPU frequency, the more that game will scale. That's to the first-person shooters. All first-person shooters want more CPU frequency. If you had a higher-end GPU, you just get more frames too, but then you have a bottleneck with your CPU, so you have to overclock your CPU anyways. But you have a pretty good combo for a PC. Like, they don't bottleneck each other. It's quite nice. But we can definitely overclock your CPU. It'll be a lot better than it is, and the temperatures won't even be bad because you have a pretty good cooler. Like I said, probably only use about 1.2, 1.235 volts, and we can get your all 6 cores up to about 4.5 gigahertz, probably pretty easily. But yeah, we got quite a bit of performance there with this going. Temperature is 17. It's what temperature's in here, like 10? Yeah, it's about 10 degrees Celsius in here. So, and we're only at 80% fan and memory slider here. We probably, I don't actually, it probably won't help the score that much anyway. So even just keeping it around the 1650, 16 that, and then we can go up 225. We should be fine for the stream for this, and then see if we can get like 18600 out of that. Probably do about 18600. So we'll rerun this test, and now just look at the chat. Let's chat while this runs again. So that 18425, we're gonna try to beat 18425 just by raising that core up a little bit more. Like I said, I can do way more on this GPU. It's modded pretty good. Soon I'm gonna be doing maybe on this one. I might get another GPU to do the actual core voltage mods and no power limit mods on it. And there'll be hardware. As long as he's only going to be looking to play around 60 frames per second on medium-high settings, then yeah. No, I don't see a bottleneck with that one, with the 3600 and the 1660 Super. You can, you can't really overclock that CPU. You have to get the X version, but it's still decent. I don't see a bottleneck on that. But you only need to be looking around 60 frames per second, like I said, with that setup. But if he's generally playing at 60 frames per second anyways on console and wants to get to PC, it's a good start op because it's fairly cheap PC setup, right? Plus, you won't need a extreme cooling. You can get a fairly cheap cooler for that. Even the stock Intel or stock AMD cooler for that would be just fine. Should put away all the soldering stuff though. I haven't put it away yet. I do need to get myself a new soldering iron. Maybe the next one I get will have hot air on it too, so that way I can make things a little easier on myself. Because I do a lot of SMD, so surface mounted device or whatever. Surface mounted parts. Surface mounted stuff is fairly easy to do when you have hot air. It's so he can play performance mode all low and tweaked. Yep, sounds good. Yeah, that's a great setup then. Fairly cheap setup. Don't need to spend a whole lot of money, and you'll probably easily get the 60 frames per second pretty steady and not drop below 60 frames per second on a 60 frames per second monitor. As soon as you go below your refresh rate of your monitor, that's when you start seeing that weird gameplay of stuttering and missing your shots and stuff like that. So that you just don't want that, basically. Yeah. Yep. But that's no. So you play 240 frames per second on your 165 hertz. It's not the maximum amount of frames that you're seeing is the good part. The good part is making sure the 1% lows. Hey, look at that. I called the score. I called the score. Hart, are you still here? I called the score. I called it. So the main thing with the refresh rate of your monitor and like the gameplay with like whatever CPU and GPU, what you don't want is the 1% lows to go below the refresh rate and the 0.1% lows to go below the refresh rate, because that can make it feel like it's stuttering. All right, so that's what can make it stuttering, not the maximum. Oh, look how many frames I get. AMD has AM dip, which means your 1% lows and your 0.1% lows go pretty low, and it can make the game experience fairly poor compared to Intel. Even though you might have a couple frames more than Intel, Intel will have a steadier frame rate for the 1% and the 0% lows, which means you'll have a better gaming experience. That's right. That's right. I called it, Hart. I called it. Told you I'll get about 1860, 18,600 or a little bit more. I called it. That's nothing. This is not a good score by any means. So with this setup on this system, I'll show you. So benchmark video card. Extreme, because oh yeah, 18956, and it's probably because yeah, it's an old test where I didn't do much to it. No, it's not even old. It's just I didn't do much with it. I really didn't do much with it. Literally 40 degrees on load, 4.8 gigahertz, like pretty much stock. What was that for the GPU? GPU boosts, nah, not even that good. I can probably beat this score right now because I'm literally at stock with still with the 12600K. Oh, I did this on a stream. That's right. I did this on a stream. Or yeah, I did. I'm pretty sure I did this on a stream in September. That's right. So I was doing about there we go, 260 and 1653. Fan speed, we're gonna keep that the same, and we should be able to get around 18800 to the 18900. It's 18,800 to 18,900. If not, pretty much that score. Be crazy if you broke 800 subs this stream. There's no way I'm not that many subs. Wow, I still get more subs. That's awesome. If I get up to 800 subscribers on this stream, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I did hardware bin. So when I was for this 3070 Ti, like I said, I was modifying the 3070 Ti's and then selling the 3070 Ti's to miners, like the copper modding to the miners. I bought multiple at a time, and I literally kept the best binned 3070 Ti with the Micron memory because I did a lot of research and do a lot of research on GPUs, like everything, right? As you know. So I kept the one with the Micron memory, and I kept the one with the best overclocking for the core. So yeah, I try to hardware bin if I can. And for CPUs, with the older CPUs, if you have a stepping zero, it's really good for overclocking on low temperature, and it scales very well. It's if you know a bit about CPUs. Stepping zero is the best. And the Xeons, I have hundreds and hundreds of Xeons, basically. So that's why I'm doing the giveaway as well, because I have lots of them to give away, and I would like someone to actually maybe get into overclocking, or if they, let's say they have a server or wants to make a NAS or something like that, it'd be nice for them to get a free CPU for it. Yeah, that's why I made. So this stream was just basically for the GPU. I made a coffee before the stream, and good thing I did because I had to solder and fix up the GPU to get it to actually work. Not this GPU, but the GTX 770 that I bought yesterday. That's why I don't mind buying things very cheap, even if it doesn't work, because I'll generally try to make it work. And we did it. We did it. Yeah, I bet 1 million you win. Joe, it'd be awesome if I hit 800 subs this stream. It would. I've already gotten 7 subs already. So that's awesome. Nothing wrong with the GT 710. It's still a 2 GB card. It's just you can't really do much with it. It's usually on a like a finned heatsink, not even with like a fan or anything. It's kind of like the GT 610. But I mean, for like a low budget GPU, it's if you're just doing like, let's say, League of Legends or Dota 2 or one of those really low powered games. I mean, if you only want to spend maybe $150 to $200 on a full system, it's a great option because you can buy them fairly cheap. Yeah, it'd be great if I hit 800 subs this stream. If we get 800 subs this stream, let's do it. Oh, if you're just joining the stream, welcome to the stream. I guess I could be doing something. If anyone has any questions, let me know. don't do this with your GPU, even if you have a 3070 Ti, you probably won't be able to do this, by the way. Mine's modded, so I can go pretty high on the memory. I can go pretty high on the core clock. You will probably crash if you try this. So we'll just lower that back down. Maybe do some Black Myth Wukong? Yeah, let's do some Black Myth Wukong. Do some Black Myth. Actually, we'll do stock first. I'm pretty sure I've only done Black Myth Wukong so far with the 1080 Ti. We'll see what it does on cinematic performance on a 3070 Ti. Although the CPU is only on stock and the RAM's only on stock, so it's not really gonna be great. I got a bunch of hardware I need to mess with. I will sometime. Make sure you post it on the Discord, buddy. Make sure you post it on the Discord for me, so that way I can go through it and drool a bit. Allow. If anyone's new to the stream, that we also have a Discord. I have a Discord channel for this channel. It's set up by Frosty. If you ever see Frosty, he's the moderator, and he's been very helpful for this channel. Again, another shout out to Professor for the donation again. Thank you very much. It does help out the community and this upcoming competition for me as well. Oh, there. It's a Black Myth Wukong. Let's see what we got for settings. Benchmark. Nope. Yep. Borderless. Yeah, borderless. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. Crank it. FSR is fine. Frame generation's on. That's fine. Ray tracing. Full ray tracing. Yeah. We're gonna crank it. We're gonna crank everything. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna crank it all. OC for Fortnite. So just in case you forgot, whenever you don't, you'll notice I don't really forget much. I don't forget. That's one thing about me, buddy. It's just I'm not generally on the Discord. And especially when the competition comes. So I'll definitely help you out before I start the competition. So don't you worry about that. But you'll notice if you watch all my other videos, I don't forget much, and people tried to, you know, they ask me questions or they try to challenge me on some stuff, like as in like, you know, challenge my mind on certain components, and generally I'm right about 99.9% of the time. So don't worry, I don't forget. It looks good. Apply. Benchmark. Oh, alright, we're cinematic now. Ready? Yeah, it's not a problem, man. Not a problem. Yeah, that's one thing that's really hard for me to do is forget something. If I do forget something, it's because it's something that's not gonna benefit me in any way. So I try to forget it, so that way my brain can have storage for the things that I actually wanna remember. Which is basically everything about PC hardware, computer hardware, CPUs, GPUs, RAM, everything you can think of from old to new. So anyone that is new to the stream and that, you can try to challenge my brain and let me know about certain components, and I'll tell you as much as I know about it, because I probably have already read up on it or I've worked with it myself. If you have any questions of your own, like if you have any actual questions, let me know. Looks nice though, right? Except for that stutter, because again, CPU is not overclocked, so I'll get a little bit of a stutter here and there, but that's okay. And my RAM's at JEDEC speed, so not great. But this is cinematic. This is cinematic. Like as cranked, everything's cranked as high as it can go. Cinematic performance, RTX full max, and super resolution full max. Everything is cranked for Black Myth Wukong. If you've ever done Black Myth Wukong, you can download the benchmark for free and run it on your system and see what kind of frames you get on full max everything. It's not an easy benchmark, and it's not an easy game to be playing on older hardware, especially. It's very skippy, and if you try to do cinematic, you'll probably just crash. If you had older hardware, or even a really bad not even a bad overclock, just not a good overclock, too high of overclock, it'll just crash. It's such a very, very powerful, very CPU intensive game and GPU intensive game. RAM, I'm not sure yet on RAM performance on this game. I will be doing tests on that too, if people would like to know. But there, pretty much stock settings for 12600K, JEDEC speeds for RAM, and GPU is just at 110% power, but not overclocked at all. It's pretty much stock. So that's stock. 64 average, maximum 75, low 5th percentile, 58 frames, and minimum frames that we saw was 23. That's why you saw the stutter. Total VRAM used was only 5.7 gigabytes, so not terrible. So, oh, not what I want to do. So, oh, I don't want to exit the benchmark. Oh yeah, I do. Never mind. Ooh. No, stop it. I want this one. Thank you. Now we're gonna just go. Bum, bum, bum. If you have a 3070 Ti or something close to my GPU, don't do it what I'm doing. All right, you will probably crash. You will most likely crash. Let's see what temperature I hit though. Ooh, a whole 48 was my max. Whole 48, so not too bad. We're only at 80% fan speed too, so. So we're doing just over 11,000 megahertz on the RAM, and we're at 2.2 gigahertz on the actual GPU core now. Benchmark. That should be. Let's make sure the actual graphics are cranked still. Yep, everything's still cranked. Cranked. It should be. Yeah, cranked. Very high is cranked. Good. Boom. Apply. Boom. Benchmark. Let's see if we can beat that. I'm gonna reset my PC. Rage quit. Alright, you go rage quit. Again, CPU is not overclocked. It's on stock, and the RAM's on stock. So we still might see a little stutter here and there. That's due to the fact the CPU is being bottlenecked, or the CPU is the GPU is being bottlenecked by the CPU. As the GPU, especially at this kind of overclock, needs a pretty powerful CPU. Doesn't matter if it's the 12600K, 12900K, 13900KF, or 14900K. You should have an overclock on it, so that way you're not bottlenecking your GPU at all and getting full performance out of your GPU. And just having like the best CPU basically will make it so that way you just have to upgrade your GPU later on in the future. If you know about Intel and all the 285K, you don't technically have to upgrade if you have a 13900K or 14900K. Even some people with a 12900K with good cooling overclock on it, you don't have to upgrade your CPU if you get a really high-end GPU. or you don't even need to get the 285K. You don't need to upgrade to the newest system. The 12900K is plenty if you overclock it. Oh, we crashed. Okay, what temperature we hit? Like I said, this game, we have 50 degrees. So what did we crash by? 51. We only hit 51. We only hit 51. So we'll crank this up. I actually didn't think I was going to crash. Generally, I don't crash, especially around only this. But let's just do 200 on the core. We'll do a steady 1600 on the memory clock. Hopefully you can't hear the fans. The fans are pretty hot, loud on full speed. Also, my Zotac, I accidentally broke the two fans. There's 3 fans on the Zotac. I accidentally broke 2 fans by getting my fingers too close to it. Don't do that, by the way. And I put 1080 Ti EVGA fans in it, and it fits just fine, the exact same size. All I had to do was splice the EVGA fans, like actually cut the wires, splice them, solder them to the connections, and what do you know? Oh, gotcha, it was a bit laggy. I'm not sure if max performance is going to help you much on your CPU. Because you're still going to be... It's still going to be limited. It's not going to give you full amount of... like your 6 cores. It'll still make it so only 1 core is up around the higher frequency. The 2 cores are going to be lower. The three cores are going to be lower. 4 cores are going to be lower. 5... It just goes down. You can easily overclock your 5600X all core to about 4.5 gigahertz at a very, very reasonable voltage too. So temperatures are really good too. We're gonna do that. And we're gonna go back into Black Myth Wukong and see what happens there. If you're I'm in a shed. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, I can show you a bit better than what I have here. Boom. So, if I get away. I also got Dave here if you wanna meet Dave. You wanna meet Dave? Dave's still happy. Dave is still happy. I'm still happy. So it's about 10.2 degrees Celsius in here at 54% humidity. So it's not super cold, really, in my opinion. It's not that cold. The humidity really does help for temperatures, though, especially for like your radiators and GPUs and anything that's metal. Basically, moisture does help, except for if you go below 0. Moisture does not help. It just makes things a mess and not good. So we'll lower my shelf down again. There we go. And we'll launch back up Black Myth. If you are new to the channel, welcome to the channel. Right now I'm just messing around with things. The beginning of this stream was about a GTX 770, an EVGA GTX 770 superclock to be exact. I bought it earlier today or yesterday now for a very, very good buy. It did not work though, so I had to do some soldering work on a MOSFET and just an SMD. Got it working, by the way. So after I soldered it, I also did some multimeter work onto it, so to test out whatever components might have been gone on it. No components were actually gone; they just weren't soldered correctly, so I wasn't getting a correct amount of readings out of it. As soon as I got everything all soldered up nicely, the graphics started. Not graphics card started working. I did some more multimeter, checked everything over again, and we're getting correct readings out of it, and then boom, put it back in the PC, started working, no problem. So very happy about that. I got a EVGA GTX 770 super clocked for a very good buy. I just had to spend a little bit of time doing some soldering work. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to make sure we were on cinematic and full resolution and RTX cranked. I want to make sure we're at the same. Plus 20. And we're not even at the correct. I'm old. I look young, but I'm old. I'm 31. That's why I have a lot of knowledge, and I want people to test my knowledge by asking me as much questions or whatever they want to know about PCs, computer hardware. Doesn't matter if it's new or old hardware. If you want to test my knowledge, then please go ahead. I like to show people how much I know. Okay, we are still cranked. Awesome. That's easy enough. Yep. Yeah, I just look young, right? Hooray for me. Yeah, I'm born and raised in the country, like literally in the woods for most of my life. I started moving around. I moved out when I was 16 years old. I started working in construction. Generally, well, first thing really I was learning and did was limestone cutting for high-end customers, basically. I worked on Canada's Richest Families Cottage for limestone. I generally build, I like, I'm a carpenter, basically. So I generally build houses, frame houses. I do renovations. I know electrical. I know plumbing. Um, I got the works basically, but I don't have any trades tickets underneath my belt. So basically, I'm just a master, what's with my frames? Can somebody tell me what's wrong with my frames right now? That's not right. Something's not right. But yeah, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, basically. So I've done it all, but you can challenge whatever you want. We can talk about physics. We can talk about math. We can don't talk about English. There's too much variations in English and all that kind of literature type stuff. But for specific type things that have a specific answer, I'm very good with it. And thank you. I'm glad I look young, I guess. It's a good thing to have. I don't know what. Don't know why. What's wrong with the benchmark? Somebody tell me. Yes, that's good. Everything's cranked. Yes, I like that. It's good, good. Everything looks good. I don't get what happened. That should not have been my score. Dream job that we would love to do, whether or not it paid 20K a year or 1 million a year. What I'm doing, buddy. What I'm doing. I am a hardware enthusiast. I love overclocking. The streaming thing I kind of just thought of it one day. Maybe people would like to see what I did for gaming more or less, but then I switched over to PC hardware and that on my channel, and people really like that. Well, not really. It's starting to take off now more, but this is what I would love to do. I would love to own basically every piece of hardware there is, from new to old. AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, Gigabyte, Asus, Corsair, G-Skill, everything you can think of, I wish I had. So that way I can do more testing and be more knowledgeable about everything else. I've done, like I said, a lot of research on everything, and I've been very correct about certain things that have come out years ago that people thought I was wrong at. Wow, I don't get why my frames are so low. But as time goes on, certain things come out, and it turns out 99.9% of the time I'm right. Sometimes it's great being right, but for some things, it kind of sucks because it's not like I wanted those things to be right. It's just some things just kind of made sense that it's going to play out that way or was played out that way, just has not been found out yet. So, yeah. Uh, oh, this is a 3070 Ti. Right now, it's at almost 2.2 gigahertz on the core, and the memory has 1600. It's at 11,100 megahertz on the GDDR6X micron memory. So 11,000 on the memory, and it's at about 2.2 gigahertz on the core. I got very similar goals. It's nice to hear it said out loud. Same. I look forward to being wrong, and in tech, that's everything. Yeah, I have not. I've had people go, so what's? I wish Professor was here too. Hart, you still there? You can. I have people that will vouch that they just go, okay, what is this and this, and I just go, well, that seems like it's this, and then they search it up. It's like, oh, it really is that, or like the this one guy came into the stream. He's like, "What's this 18 cores CPU from around this time? I do believe it was a Xeon." Or he's like, "What is this 5220? I do believe it's an 18 core." I'm like, "I'm pretty sure that's their gold standard, basically Xeon from LGA 1366 or FCL LGA." Um, 1366 CPU. It's got to be their gold standard because it's an 18 core. Searched it up, correct. And same thing with a whole bunch of other stuff that happened, like the Intel's degrading CPUs. I came out months ago, almost 3 months ago now, saying that motherboard manufacturers are part of the issue, or a majority of them are part of the issue. And Intel found out that motherboard manufacturers were messing up their CPUs, but Intel still took the blame. But they're going to be implementing on. So if you know about the microcode update, the last microcode update was, I think, 4 or 5 days ago now. All motherboards should be upgraded to that one, so that way they can only be on certain specs, and every CPU from here on out from Intel will be implemented right into the architect for motherboard manufacturers. On stock settings can only hit a certain profile on the actual chip, instead of going into the extreme OC mode that us enthusiasts extreme OC guys use. And like, I came out with that months ago, was correct. So a lot of people came on to my videos because it was a pretty good video. Got over 2.1K. For me at that time was really good. But a lot of people are saying, you don't know what you're talking about, this and that. All these CPUs were affected too. I'm like, no, I'm sorry to say they weren't affected. Only the 13900Ks or 13900s, more or less the K variants. So 13900Ks, 13900KS, 13900KSs, 14900Ks, 14900KS, 14900KSs were affected and are underneath Intel's warranty, and shouldn't have been warranted by Intel. It should have been warranted by the motherboard manufacturers, putting it into a different standard basically, instead of being into like the second phase where they should have been, like the performance mode. They're putting all the CPUs that were the K variants into the extreme OC mode, which would put you into a different parameter on the Intel's chips. And that parameter is for us enthusiasts only that know what we're doing. You're getting the 1.6 volts due to the motherboard manufacturers just doing that, so that way they can say that their motherboard is the best. And Intel found out about a week ago that this was the issue, and I was right all along. So I didn't let them slow me down. I said it more and more and more and more throughout my streams and other videos, saying motherboards and a bit about the actual RAM manufacturers for instability. And the XMP on a lot of kits make your PCs very unstable. You have to manually tune it yourself to make it stable. And not every CPU is going to be the same for the XMP. And then they got these crazy XMPs with crazy amount of voltages and some really weird timings that just didn't make sense. So it made your PC unstable. There's a lot of things that go into PC overclocking, and the motherboard manufacturers really messed up the Intel CPUs. But Intel took the blame because they didn't know themselves what was going on because they were too focused on bigger projects like their 18A, which is worth more than all of us consumers buying their CPUs, by the way. Like their 18A platform that was taken over by TCSM, which is another CPU company, was like they shouldn't have happened. So in 2025 with the 20A, hopefully the investors will invest more money into the 20A platform, just due to the fact that Intel actually found out what the issue was, and it wasn't really Intel's fault. It was more or less the motherboard manufacturers messing up the CPUs. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for joining again. I'll message you in the morning, all right? Hope you have a good night. But yeah, I came up with this months ago. I wish other content creators did, but there's a video that I did 2 days ago. If you'll see it, it has Jay's 2 cents big old face in it with gray hair and all, and me up in the corner because I was just scrolling through YouTube going, okay, what's going on now? And then he's like, oh, this and that. I'm like, okay, I paused the video. I was like, I'm making a stream about this because as soon as he started talking, basically, I was like, I came up with this months ago. I wish this came out months ago so that way I didn't have so much hate on my channel. Again, I didn't let it affect me. I just said more and more and more because guess what? I know what I'm talking about. I do the research and I know a lot about computer hardware. So I know what's really going on. There's content creators out there saying, no, it was Intel's fault only. It was not. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm just reading back in the chat, so I'm sorry about that. that that little rant there. Don't have much money though because I'm 14. Yeah, I don't have much money and I'm over 30, so hooray. I bought it for looks pretty much. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just fine, man. There's no shame in buying hardware and it not being the best. It's what you can afford and technically what you're gonna be doing with it. Some people wanna, like me, I want every hardware there is. I don't care if it's literally a GT 610 or an HD 5440 or an HD 6560 or something like that, something old hardware or an old workstation GPU or I want it all. I just want it all so that way I can learn more. I just like learning stuff. Like I said, I was born out in the country and I just took apart stuff all the time. I did have a PC, but it was a very cheap old PC, and I got into construction. But my hobbies were when I was younger was PC stuff and designing stuff and stuff like that. So I got into a whole bunch of stuff, started learning as much stuff, and since I don't actually have kids myself, I had a lot of extra free time than most people. So I just started learn as much as I can. And thank you. I still don't know how to pronounce your name, Kazar. I literally probably have so since when DDR5 came out, I literally just started learning about DDR5 RAM overclocking on Intel because it was so finicky. So I just kept every day on Intel DDR5 RAM overclocking with different kits. And I found out Hynix M die is really good. I would like to get some Hynix A die and try it out, but it's not much difference. Just Hynix A die, you need more voltage, and then you can get a little bit better timings on certain things. But M die, you can use less voltage and get some really good timings on a lot of things, and some pretty good frequency too, to be honest. Oh yeah, have a good night, man. I'm not going to bed. I was just saying good night to someone else. Ricky there. I was just saying good night to her. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to I would like to get the 800, to be honest. Almost there. Still just need six more. Six more subscribers and I'll be 800. So that'll be awesome if I actually hit 800 after before the end of this stream. It would be awesome. Yeah, you'll start learning and you'll start getting into what you want to learn and that. And if you're just someone that can remember a lot of things like I do, like I said, I'll learn what I can about everything I want to learn. If let's say someone talks to me about something that's completely false in that, I'll just be like, yeah, 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 and then I'll just erase it from my head so that way I can have the true facts and everything that I want to learn in my head. And that's just me though. Like you could be completely different. You can learn completely different way. Me, I can just look at something like just look at it, especially numbers. Just look at it for a few seconds. I can remember for the rest of my life. And not a lot of people are like that, and I get that. I think my CPU's clocking down for some reason. That's why the score is so low. That's fine. We can lower this down now. We can just go 0, 0, boom. Probably shouldn't make the stream so long though, so that way people can actually see that this stream's technically about it's technically about the GTX 770 that I fixed up, but oh well. Just need 4 more subscribers. That's awesome. 4 more subscribers and I get 800. Who would have thunk it? If anyone has any questions, let me know. If you just want to chit chat, let's chit chat. It's about almost 3 a.m. here, so. And I've been streaming for about 5 hours, so I might be maybe going to bed soon. I don't know. Let's go display capture. Yeah, I'll do that. Really lower me. And then what I'm going to do is go into the power here. I am here. I am here. Oh, hey, Art. You're still here. Are you still working or what are you doing, man? What are you up to there, Hart? Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should do. It's pretty early. I mean, I've streamed at this time and I usually get some good viewers, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be right now or not. Had some good viewers earlier. Quite a bit on actually. Would like to start talking about a bunch of different stuff though, except for when I get new viewers and that, I gotta keep saying the same thing over sometimes. So to me it kind of feels repetitive, and hopefully it doesn't feel too repetitive on you. So I know you're like on my streams all the time, so it must get pretty repetitive. And it is pouring outside. Welcome to the stream. I am here, by the way. I will be turning the camera back on in a second. Well, not a little bit more in a second, in a minute. If you have any questions, let me know. Like I said, this week has been a lot of good streams, man. A lot of good streams. I've been really happy about that. And again, thank you for joining basically every single one. Someday, I'll be up in this board here. I will be. Yeah, almost. Yeah, you've basically been almost every single stream. Especially this week. I think you missed one. I think you missed one stream. If anyone's new to the channel or the stream, welcome. It has been a long stream. I've had longer, but it's been a long stream. I bought a GTX 770 today and had to solder up some components to make it work. That's what the beginning of this stream was really about. I was hoping I didn't have to do any work to it, but was able to get it working, I should say. I was able to get it working. Another GPU to my collection. Another EVGA GPU to my collection at that. That's what makes me happy. I like my EVGA graphics cards. RIP EVGA. So that's why I'm hoping with Kingpin with PNY will let Kingpin have his way basically, like he did with EVGA cards, and make them absolute monsters. Because PNY doesn't make half bad cards in my opinion. It's just EVGA had them really good cards. Actually, Zotac has some pretty good cards too. Asus as well. With their cards, or especially the new ones, are really good. They got insane coolers on them. Should check out the Discord though. A whole bunch of people joined it. I mean, a whole bunch of people joined it. A lot of people. I want to see how many people actually are members now. We got 16 members, from 7 members that we had today to 16 members. That is awesome. From 7 members to 16. That is absolutely awesome. There's someone else here besides you. I'm trying to figure out who it is. There seems to be a couple people that join my streams, but they don't say anything. I don't know if they don't have an actual account and they can't, or what. Because this third person is me. It's registering me now, but I don't get the hours for me watching it. I only watch because I like to have the chat on my phone. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of people that join my streams, but they don't actually say anything. I mean, thank you for watching and joining my streams, by the way, if you're the same people or person. Right? Okay, then we got another person now. Welcome to the stream. I will be turning the cam on in a second. I'm just taking a quick break right now. If you have any PC questions or just want to say hi, you can say hi. The stream was really about my GTX 770, EVGA GTX 770 that I bought yesterday now because it's 3 a.m. here. So I bought it yesterday and I fixed it up and made it work. How many times have I said that in this stream, Heart? Jeez, you must hear it a lot. A lot of repetitive stuff. Gotta do it though, man. Gotta do it. Just in case someone is new. They gotta know what's going on. Alright, we'll get the cam going now. Boom. There we go. What is up? Oh! That's good stuff. And we get rid of that. I don't think anything has really changed from the competition now. Like, it should be fairly much all been put into place. When they first posted, they didn't have everything they do now, so that's why I like to check up on it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Hart. You're the man. You're the man. Thank you. I was gonna say that anyways because yeah, anyone that is new, yeah, ask me anything and I will answer because I know a lot about PC stuff, and if I don't know, then maybe I won't answer. I'd be like, I don't know, but well, 99% of the time I know. This is basically the end of the stream, but not really. We'll see how much longer I'm on. Depends on how many people are here. Nope, they weren't here long. That happens, so. FM1, FM2, and FM2 Plus. Use only Intel processors, maximum of 24 processing cores. Man, I really wish I had my 13900KF still. It was a pretty good overclocking chip. I just didn't have enough time with it, really. But maybe if like a 1400K or KF, especially KF, those KFs, like they overclock really well, in my opinion. I would like to get another one. It'd be too expensive for me getting into the new 285K platform because you'd literally need to get the motherboard as well, the 1851 socket, 285K, and the RAM for it, basically. So it's like, I think I priced it out for Canadian dollars like $1,600. So it's like, just to get into the platform where I'm just gonna be overclocking it and then probably not even use it for my daily. My daily, I actually like my daily. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't even know there was a bot that does it in chat. I should probably implement certain things for when people join up. Welcome to the channel. Just read the little chat that Hart just put there if you're new to the channel. I'll answer anything. If you have any PC questions or just want to say hi, you can say hi. I'm just going over a couple things for the competition that's going to be starting here in 6 days, 4 hours and 56 minutes. There are a few stages of the competition, so just want to make sure everything is set in place now and nothing has changed from when they first posted it. Yeah, I'll look into the more into the actual bots that for YouTube and see what I can actually use and implement into my YouTube streams. I gotta start using that chat again, but I have to figure out how to make it so the background of the chat is opaque and it only shows the actual chat, and then make it so it's readable on every page. Basically, it takes a long time. It took a long time to set up, so. Super Pi 32M. It's like such a Super Pi is such a good test to do, especially the 32M. It's like a stability type test too. DDR3, DDR, and DDR2. So I don't even have DDR or DDR2. I can do DDR3 though. I was looking at some nice Corsair Dominator DDR3 kits on Amazon. They're used as well, and they're like $400 for a kit for DDR3. It's just because it is like the best kits to be running on DDR3. That's why they're so expensive. Like CL7 kits. Such an expensive kit for DDR3. Total memory size should be 6 gigs, 8 gigs, or 16 gigs. 6 gigabyte sub must be a triple channel, so 2 gigabytes per channel. LGA 1366 submissions only. Xeons are allowed. No maximum allowed. Okay, so it's a certain thing. No maximum is actually allowed. Xeons are allowed. I thought they had it so Xeons were not allowed. I actually thought they had it so Xeons were not allowed for this test. That's, maybe they didn't mean to say not allowed. Things change. That's why I like to keep track on this stuff, right? Processors with AM4, TR4, STRX4, LGA 1200, LGA 1700 are forbidden. So I'll have to run like my i7 3770K, or pick up a i7 4770K or 4790K, because I don't have any other motherboards right now. I was looking at a i7 6700K for a fairly good price, but the motherboards again are very expensive because I would want a certain motherboard, and it's fairly expensive. If you're new to the channel, welcome. If you just want to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. If you have any PC questions, let me know. We have a Discord as well. Just click the more, click on the Discord, and it'll bring you to the Discord. And now I can probably say hi to you on Discord too quick. That is for 3D Mark Time Spy. Geekbench 3 is, again, another test I really like, just because it lets you know a lot about how good your RAM overclock is and your CPU. Use only DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5. A Primate Labs verification link is required. So, pretty simple there. So here we go. We got Y-Cruncher 2.5B stable. So 2.5B stable just means it's Y-Cruncher 2.5B. It's more of the stability type test. Use only DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5 memory, SD RAM memory. CPU Z validation link must match in the clocks from benchmark score window, 0.1% tolerance. I've been doing tests on my tolerances, and it's 0.03%. or 0.04% tolerance. So I'm well within specs for that. Quite nice. Was that tweaking? Nope. So with the tweaking, we're only allowed a certain amount of like processor speed. So processor speed is limited to 5.5 gigahertz. and only 8 cores in total. Different CPU memory tests need to be used. No core disabling is allowed. Okay. So use 8 processor cores in total. So I don't think I can't do that. I can't do this test. Sucks, but I can't do that test. So PiFast, use only AM3 Plus. Again, I was looking at AM3 Plus motherboard for my FX 8150 Bulldozer, just so I can run this one, but already sold. As soon as it was posted and I clicked on it and they already sold it. It was a really good buy though, like $15. So of course it's gonna sell quick. Use 8, 12, 16 core processors in total. I don't have those, which really sucks. I'll need 12900K. 12900K for the 16 core. Because you're not allowed disabling E-cores. So. 7-zip here. Use 6 processor cores in total. So can I use my Xeon? Oh, I can. Okay, so I can use my X5650 at least. 6 core. No E-cores disabling allowed. Maximum CPU core clock speed of 6 GHz. I can get mine to 5. So 7-zip. I'll have to figure out my RAM issue that I was having, because that 7-zip is a CPU and memory intensive test. Memory cast latency, TCAS needs to be 28. Again, this is going to be a fun one. Processor speed is limited to only 5 GHz. So I can use my 12600K and set it to 5 GHz, no problem, and run this test. Because it only really matters about the RAM being at CL28. And then processor speed 5 GHz, so I can do 5 GHz on the P's and probably 4.4 or 4.5 on the E cores. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. I was tweaking. Really trying not to yawn. How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours and 33 minutes. I haven't streamed this long in a while. And this late. You can definitely tell by how many people are here too. Memory frequency. Yeah, I already went through all these ones. APU socket, which again, APUs only, so gotta make sure you have GPU on your actual AMD CPU. That's APU. 3D Mark Vantage Performance GPU, AMD family. Only makes submissions with the AMD video card. Use 1 video card cores in total. Solar Bay. Phone graphics not allowed. So I'll definitely doing this one with my 3070 Ti. See what I can do. Because Solar Bay, I got record on Solar Bay with my 3070 Ti. What? There we go. I was gonna say. Solar Bay, there it is, first place. There's the record. score. So right over here will be your record. All the records will be on this side, and then your score. And Solar Bay record right here. I hold it. It's only at 5 people, but so see how they say air stock. I have air custom because I like to make sure I'm pretty specific with mine. Yes, I custom my air, as in I think pretty sure this one here haven't. No, I can't even see it. Copper modded my memory chips, so that's why I say custom. 13900 KF at the 5.9 gigahertz. And the guy down below me, Tractor, is the one I was trying to beat, and I absolutely crushed his score too. I was so happy about that. Tractor's insane with his 3070 Ti and his 13900 KF, because he was doing the same as me. And he did his at chilled water 6.1 and 4.9 on E cores. But I didn't have chilled water at the time, so I couldn't get as high as him. I had a really good CPU though, so I'm still happy about that. But gonna have to try to get around this score. I'm not sure how I'm gonna be able to do it because I only have my 12600K. Only have my 12600K, and I can get it to 5.5 on the P's, but that's not gonna be enough. I will not reach 6 gigahertz, where I'm gonna need to be around to get the score that I had or beat it. That sucks, but it is what it is, really. GPU. Sorry for yawning so much here. Cinebench 2024 GPU. 1 video card total. And make sure you just have GPU-Z version 2.55 and CPU-Z at least 2.1 tabs. CPU, motherboard, and memory tab. Pretty simple. Remember, I can't see. AMD. Still Nomad. I'll definitely do that. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do. Just run a quick test on stock settings on my 12600K RAM and see what my GPU will do. Do that. We'll do 1500. It's a pretty rough test. So we'll do that. See what we do with the Steel Nomad Vulcan. I am streaming, so the score is not going to be even close to, well, it's going to be fairly close to the stock settings that it's at, but it's still not going to be stock settings, technically, because I am streaming. I have a whole bunch of things open up for the stream. And then when I get the overclock done, I'll be able to absolutely crush it. So you go into Steel Nomad, what you got to do is set it. Wait, what? Benchmarks. Oh, so Steel Nomad Vulcan versus was it FSR or something? I got the Ryzen 2400G when it came out. It did really well. Could you overclock it? I don't even know if you could overclock the 2400G or not. And the 2400G is because it has that graphics card built into it, right? I don't know the performance that it would actually do though. I know it was like a lower end model, but I mean I heard pretty good things out of the G models. I didn't know if you could overclock them very well either, or if you can even overclock them. But generally, with a certain motherboard, any CPU can be overclocked. Any CPU can be overclocked. Vega 11? Wow, that's actually really good. It's really good. Was getting 30 frames in some game. That's good. Like for just a CPU, it's really good in my opinion. For just a CPU. And what was it, like a 35 watt TDP probably? I don't even think it'd be a 45 watt. I'm pretty sure it'd be a 35 watt TDP on that CPU. Yeah, something like that. 3,666. Come on. Then we want. Oh, I didn't. I did DX12. My bad. I want light. I should be running light benchmark. Light for the Vulcan. 19. I'll let it cool down a little bit. Usually I get overkill coolers. Yeah, same. Like I said, all my main system has been on this water cool loop for a long time because it has a crazy monoblock, like a CPU motherboard cooler. It's crazy. It weighs like over 5 pounds for the cooler. The like 360 mil radiator, stuff like that. Same thing with my other custom water loop. Has that Corsair. It's not their expensive CPU block, but what I've found with it is it wicks away the heat very quickly, which is nice. And then I don't know. Have you ever heard of the uh, Peerless Assassin 120? And it comes to it's a pretty good air cooler, to be honest, in my opinion. I bought two of them because they're on sale for like 30 bucks a piece. They're pretty good, yeah. But I like the my mono block that I have. It's just such a really good cooler. Just has so much copper built into it that takes forever for the motherboard and CPU to even warm up or think about warming up, especially on the 360 mil. To be honest, because of my hardware enthusiast collection, basically, I collect old Intel coolers and old AMD coolers as well, plus some other aftermarket coolers like the butterfly cooler, where if you look down on it, it looks like a butterfly. I collect those really cheap ones too. Actually, some of the Intel, really hefty Intel coolers for their like i7 980s and stuff that they came out with, they're really hefty stock Intel coolers. They're worth quite a bit of money now. I have a half a tote full of old coolers. Yeah, see, that's awesome. Yeah, it's just awesome to even see. Like and test out, just to test out each one, each model of them to see what they actually can do, see if they changed anything with the different generation. It's kind of nice. And they are different, right? They're different. Oh, this is a modded 3070 Ti. It's a Zotac amp hollow. It's only on a 12600K that's on stock and the RAM's on stock. So this isn't going to be a good score by any means. It's not even a good score in my opinion. If I'm not even hitting close to the best there, that's 17,883. I can easily crush the 17,883 with this setup. easily crush that score. But the CPU again is on stock, and the RAM is on stock, and the 3070 Ti is not even overclocked that high. The 179 and 1500 actually isn't that high for it. We can slide the slider more. I'm not sure what this test uses, if it uses more memory or if it uses more clock. But we'll do 165 on the core, and we'll crank up the memory clock to, so we'll be hitting 11,500 megahertz on the GDDR6X memory at this here. What I'm going to do is this, just to cool it down a bit quicker. Don't put these settings in, even if you have the same card, you'll crash instantly. Again, my card is modded, so just don't do it. And it's right now, it's about 10 degrees in the shed right now, so. But we'll see if it can actually run this test at 11,500 on the memory. Actually, over 11,500 on the memory. I hope you're having a good night. I've been streaming for a while. This stream did not start off this way. I bought a EVGA GTX 770. Was gonna start testing it, but I didn't realize when I bought it, it was not working. So I had to do some solder work on it, some multimeter work on it to figure out what was wrong with it. Figured out what was wrong with it, soldered it up, did some more multimeter tests, and then put it in the system, and it worked. And I did a couple tests with it, but it's on my Xeon system that's not overclocked. I didn't want to start overclocking it, so I stopped doing that and started doing some other things. Looks like we're running it pretty good at 11,500 on the memory. And I think we're going to be around 2.1 gigahertz. Just over 2.1 gigahertz on the core for this 3070 Ti. It's all right. I can do more, but I'm streaming, so I'm streaming on this PC right now. I'm not going through a capture card at all. I am streaming and doing this at the same time, so it takes quite a bit of performance away. And the 12600K, like I said, is not overclocked. It's stock. And the RAM is on JEDEC speeds at only 4800 mega transfers. So I did the test, no problem. Like I kind of figured it would. So it did actually go up a bit with the memory, which is kind of nice. Not much with the memory. So this is before the competition that I'm going in. I'm just testing a couple things before I start really doing something with the competition. Just so I get an idea, because I haven't really ran this test a whole lot. This is Steel Nomad Light Score. So in the test, it's called Steel Nomad Vulcan. It's pretty good. I'm just setting the fan speed to 100. We don't need to keep it at that. I'm just setting it to 100 to cool it down quick. So what we're going to do is raise this to 235. See if we can get that stable throughout the test. See if we can get like 16,300 or so out of her. That's what I think it'll be with about this. Again, if you're just coming to the stream, don't be setting these settings on your 3070 Ti. Yours is not modded like mine is, so you probably won't be able to do this. And I'll just show that it's hitting 11,000. So there you go. The memory clock frequency, I have to times it by a certain amount to get, it's not actually at 1437. It's at 11,500 on the memory when you set it to plus 2,000. I'll just run that test again. I'm going to try to get, like I said, 16,300 roughly out of it. Maybe 16,200-ish. Right around there. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure it'll be stable, though. I could do about 265 on the core on most tests, and about 280 on the core. So that's about about 2.3 gigahertz, basically. on the core. With this, we should be over 2.2 gigahertz on the core and over 11,500 on the memory. All while streaming in that, so it's pretty good. But the CPU again, 12600K is on stock, and the memory is on JEDEC speeds of 4800 mega transfers per second. So can be a lot of gains just by overclocking the CPU. Nope, did not handle that. So what I might do then is actually lower the fan speed so that way we can not take so much of the board draw away. The 30 series cards are kind of finicky with the board draw on that. Oh, yeah, cool it down quick. Because with that test, the temperature, we still didn't hit much. 43. Actually, we did. So maybe I can only do 215 on it then. 215, which should do what exactly? What should we be able to do? Of course you can overclock your 4070 Super. I would like to know what your scores would be. See if I can beat your 4070 Super. So my 3070 Ti has records for the 3070 Ti, and it can beat 6800 XTs on liquid nitrogen and some 6900 XTs that are ran on liquid nitrogen. And I'm on air. I can show you that too if you'd like to see it. Oh. I can show you that. Just give me 1 second. Just to show you that I'm actually on. Yeah. Nope, other way. Just to show you that I'm actually on air. I am on a custom water loop for the actual CPU and that, but it's all on air. Zotac 3070 amp hollow, and everything else is just on custom water loop, but it's all stock. So, we may how you check score. So you need to actually download the. Oh. Need to download 3D Mark, and hopefully the 3D. I have a one-time purchased professional edition for 3D Mark, so I get all tests from that point on for free. I'm not sure if it's actually a what do you want to call it, a paid test or not, but I'm just getting stuff set up for the competition for hardwarebot.org. So I'm not sure. I can search up your score here if you want. See what your score should be around. Give me 1 second here. I can search it up here. For Vulcan. You should be around 5,000. 5,000 marks. Or still Nomad Vulcan. I didn't even know I had that running too. Whoops. Oh wait. So hold on. Still Nomad. There, for Vulcan. I was messing up. So this is Vulcan. So Steel Nomad here. Now you got Steel Nomad Lite. I forgot about that. So Steel Nomad. And you have to go down to the rendering API and you have to set from DirectX 12 to Vulcan. We're going to try the 215, 2000 on it. See what happens. And see if we can get around 4,000, I think. I see how much more time.